Hello everyone, my name is Katie and welcome to my Greenland Quilter channel. Thank you for coming. Uh, Tonight I'm winging it by myself, which is okay. So tonight I'm going to continue working on the pillow. I have 3 sides of a border put on it so far. What do y'all think about that? I'm fixing to put the remaining border on, and then I have set my camera up over on my dining table so that you can see me lay out the sandwich. And then I'm going to establish 3 or 4 straight diagonal lines and on top of it so that I can get some straight lines started. And then I'm going to put my walking foot on my machine and hopefully without any incident. And we are going to quilt the top of the pillow. And I think this is going to look really cool, you guys. So anyway, let me say hello to everyone in the channel. Hi, Robin. Robin got here first today. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Deanne. Hi, Mama Day. How are you? Welcome to the channel. Hello, Glenda. And how is everyone today? And hi, Cherry. How is everyone today? And tell me what you've been working on today, or if you've been just relaxing. That's doing something. Relaxing counts. It's doing something, you guys. And I need to switch windows here, looks like, because it looks like I'm not looking at the camera again. Let me pop my windows around the other way where I'm looking that way. So, how's everybody's day been today? How are you doing? Tell me about your day and how y'all are doing. We can start with that. And then tell me if you've been working on anything or if you've just been chilling today because it's Saturday. Right now I'm putting this last border on this pillow front, and then I will sew it on, press it, and take it over to the table so you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to trim it a little bit, and then I'm going to make my sandwich the way I've been doing it, the way I know how to do it currently. So my way might not be the usual way, I don't know. But I like to use painter's tape because it keeps my lines straight, especially when you're sewing on a diagonal. Because I could actually stitch in the ditch on this since most of the seams are pressed in one direction. But I think with all these angles, we could pronounce on them. Well, I don't know. Let me make a poll, and then I'll show you the let's make a poll. Start a poll, and the poll will go as long as it takes me to put the border on, and get the sandwich put together, and then I'll check the poll and see what wins out. So the poll is going to be, which angle should I quilt the pillow? Okay. And then for the answers, for one, you can only pick one. You can either say horizontal, vertical. That's the first answer or choice, I mean. And the second one will be diagonal in both directions. That will be your choice. And let's see which poll wins out on this. Okay, so there's the poll. So basically, let me show it to you again so you know what we're talking about. When I get the sandwich made, we're going to quilt this on the line. So should I do it vertical and horizontal, or should I do it diagonal in both directions? What say you? Jeanne says, trying to get my mother's quilt in her frame. That sounds like fun. Cherry says, I've been working on family. My brain is fried. Genealogy. Oh, I have a genealogy account too set up. I did a DNA test back in 2022 because there was someone looking for her paternal grandfather, And it turns out that I gained a new family member. I now have a new half cousin because it turns out that her mother, this is funny and comical, and I don't know, maybe my dad knew about it, but I doubt it. But my paternal grandfather had an affair in between the birth of my dad and the birth of his younger brother. And I just found out 2 years ago I had a half aunt that I never was aware of. She's not living anymore. And I have a half cousin, and the half cousin lives just up the road from my son. So the next time I go to Georgia, I definitely am going to be hooking up with her so we can meet in person, because we've both been wanting to do that. I don't know, maybe me and her could make a trip to Scriven County to the cemetery there and see how many Oglesby tombstones we could find in that really old cemetery there. I think it's in Douglas, Georgia, I believe. Something like that, I think. But it's in Scriven County. I don't know how far up the road from Carrollton it is, but it couldn't possibly be too bad of a drive. Unless it's, you know, way at the other end of Georgia or something, we would have to spend the night or something. But I think it would be interesting to go and do that and take pictures and share them on my Ancestry page. Now, if I could just get my mother's side of the family pinned down on who is where and everything else, that would be a great thing to be accomplished. Because my mom comes from a family of 13 kids. And out of those 13 kids, there was 2 sets of twins. Uh-oh, this is hung up for some reason. What you got hung up on? Too thick of a seam, apparently. All right, let me get back in there. Let's get back in there and get the rest of this done. So yeah, I want to get this done so that my kids can have it. And also, and I think I'm gonna do it with my son. I think I'm gonna pay for a DNA for my son so that we could get the and you're probably like, why? Well, because my children's dad was half Japanese. So their paternal grandmother was a full Japanese woman. So they have that in their DNA also. So it would be great to get that put into the ancestry tree, because we know so little. They know so little about their paternal grandmother's family. Only that most of them lived long lives, pretty much. I know my girls have a goal of going to Japan one day, and maybe by the time they do that, I will have the information they need to try to locate some of the family. Surprise uncle, eh, Cherry? It's funny how that works out. It doesn't surprise me about my grandfather, because my grandfather was a drunk. So he was all the time going out drinking and stuff, from what I understand. And it's really not surprising. I never knew them because my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, she had a coronary, massive coronary when she was 42 or 43, I think, and she died. And then my paternal grandfather, he died when I was 6. I think it was 6, something like that. And I also think that he died from a heart attack as well. And heart disease is the number one problem from my paternal side, because I don't know about my 2 cousins from his sister. I have no idea if they're still living or not, but everyone else that's from my dad's generation and his brother and sister and everything. Everyone's gone, and the only one that didn't, pass away from heart disease was my aunt. Hey, honey, it's the rocket. So I'm gonna move over to the cutting table and trim this, and then I'll show it to you, and then we are going to make a sandwich. Excuse me. So what I'm doing is I'm trimming my block, trimming this pillow top. It was interesting how things become wonky. Okay, so I have trimmed the block. This is what it looks like. Yes, it's warm right now, actually. Let's see, right now, what is the temperature with the rain? It is 45 degrees right now, and it is 7 o'clock in the evening. So during the summer months, no, it gets very warm. I've seen it all the way up to 72 degrees. Okay, here it is with the border around it. And then I'm gonna show you what the back of the sound the pattern calls for muslin. Well, guess what? I don't have any muslin. So I'm just gonna use this background that I've been using on other things, and it's gonna be the back side of the pillow top. I mean the back side that needs to be quilted, not the whole pillow case. What I'm doing is I'm going to press it a little bit, get as much of the wrinkles out of it as I can get out of it. And then we're going to go back to the dining table, and I'm going to lay it out, and then I'm going to baste it with pins onto the back. And then we can get started with quilting it. So what did y'all think about the top? Okay, here, I don't know, I don't know if you can see what color this back is or not. Here's the back. All right, we are moving over to the table again. If you can't hear me, it's because maybe, I don't know, I have to buy a mic and I have to find the place that I can order one from. So if you can't hear me, when I come back, we'll talk about everything. Okay, I have basted it with pins. So now we have the sandwich all attached. Okay, let's see what everybody chose as a choice for quilting, because I'm going to need to know that to start some lines of painter's tape. Looks like out of 8 votes, horizontal vertical got 12% and the diagonal got 88. So 8 diagonal it is. Okay, so let me go over and well, let me say hi to whoever came in after I walked away. Hi Mona, how are you? All right, so now I'm going to go back to the table again, and I'm going to take my ruler and painter's tape and try to establish my first set of diagonal lines. So, and I will start with my diagonal lines through the center. Sometimes you have to move pins too. Uh-oh, didn't make that one long enough. Okay, I have started one side of the vertical of the diagonals. I'm going to go ahead and start from the center, work my way this way, and do these first. And then I'll go back and put more tape on. So first things first, we have got to remove parts of my I'm going to put my walking foot on. Uh-oh, where's my screwdriver? All right, get these two off. And I'll be moving the camera in just a minute so you can watch me quilt. Dang it. Bear with me here, you guys. I'm having a little bit of problem with the foot. Happens a lot. It's not that easy to get that foot on because there's two connections you have to put on here, And I felt like that by putting it, here we go. Now let me see if I can get the screw back in. Please bear with me, guys, until I can get this foot on here. I should have did this before the camera time. Uh-oh. I think I just broke my foot. Who has a Janome in here that has this similar foot like this? Well, crap. I'll worry about it later. That's disappointing. All right, let's get this back on here. There's never no late, Jess. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Mama J. Hello to anyone I may have missed. Okay, I'm just going to do a regular foot since I did something to the walking foot. I don't know what I did, but it was not good. Okay, I'm going to up my stitch a little bit. All right, okay, let's get started. One thing I forgot to do is run this tape all the way to the end, which should have done. Okay, so I'm going to wing it on this part. Yeah. Hi, Vicky. All right, now this is probably something up for debate here, but one of the things I've been doing when I do these well, any of it, and I don't know if it matters or not, but when I start in one direction on one line, when I move to the next line that I'm going to make, I've been going from the other direction, so I'm going back and forth, you know, like this, to just see if that just doesn't make it look better. I do think I should have made bigger stitches. Uh-oh. I made a mistake, but I'll go back and take it out later. I put it on the wrong side. Yeah, I did. I put it on the wrong side. Oops. Hey, Nancy. All right. Before we go any further, I'm going to pick out that mistake because I will forget about it if I don't. That is if I can find my seam ripper. That might have been what I heard hit the floor. Of course it was. Dang. All right. Let me find another seam ripper. Um, my plan is I'm going to continue to work on the X's, the Raspberry Kiss block, getting them all sewn together into a small little mini quilt. And I'm also going to go ahead and trim my Stronger Together from last year's Stronger Together. I'm going to go ahead and trim it and get it ready to go for binding it. So those two things are on my to-do list for this month. And this is going to take a while to pick out. So maybe I should save this for after camera time. I'll go pick it out later when I'm sitting in front of the TV. Okay, we got that one done. Go back and turn it the other direction and make sure I start on the right side this time so I don't have another mistake. Okay, now we're gonna. So, those of you who just came in, how was your day and what have you been working on? Or have you just been chilling today? Tell me what you've been up to. Those of you who already answered that question, what's going on with your local weather? It's 44 degrees today here in South Greenland. Right now it's after 7, so that's what the temperature is. But it has rained nonstop for the last 3 days. We are starting out the summer wet, which is going to make the mosquitoes 10 times worse. Uh-oh, I have a bit of something going on right here. little bit wrinkled. Is that normal to have wrinkles when you're quilting like this? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Or my stitches are too small, one. I really needed that walking foot to make this all participate properly. Take these pins out on this side. Okay, let's get this next stitch in. And then I'm going to go back over to the, well, I'm going to run the iron over it one more time. And then go back over to the table and we'll get the other side taped. All right, we did that last row. Let's put the iron on it for a minute. I don't think this is my best quilting job. I have wrinkles in it. All right, I'm going to show you the, see the wrinkles? No, Joy, this is laundry baskets, pillow called Maze. Vicky says, just been chilling today. It's 90 degrees in Jacksonville, Florida. Hey, Pam. And hi, Joy T, in case I didn't say that. All right. Yeah, you need a working foot and lengthen your stitches. Okay, so let me see if I can figure out what happened to my walking foot, which is going to waste online time, but let me see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. At the bottom of it came off. Maybe not. I don't know what happened, you guys. I don't know how to fix it. I don't think so, Joy, because well, it could be. She might have used laundry baskets pattern because it's definitely a laundry baskets pattern. It's not someone else's because it's I have the book and it's all by her. Hmm. I don't know. Let me try this other foot. because I bought a second walking foot. It's supposed to be for the HP plate. So I don't know if this will run off of the regular plate or not, but let's find out. Nora. Let me test one on a piece of fabric. It did make a difference. All right, I'm going to move to the other camp. To sew without wrinkles, you sew from the same direction each row. Oh, don't go back and forth. Okay, gotcha. So I'll have to rip all of that out and fix it. Okay. Don't go back and forth. Go slowly. What a rotten thing. Sorry that happened. You mean for the foot or to some? What comment was that for, Joy? My comment was for Nancy. Okay. Also, if you have a regular foot, just make sure it's basted very well. I started hand guiding. Started out hand. You mean hand quilting? Woo. Ah. I started out on the wrong side. Yeah, I did start on the wrong side. Wow, I'm making all kinds of mistakes with this pillow. This is bad. Looks like I'm going to be doing lots of picking, you guys. Oh boy. It's okay though. It's all good. This is a learning process, and that's how we're going to look at it. A learning process. Because I'm still quite a newbie when it comes to quilting or anything like this. Don't have the skill set a lot of people have yet. This is one of them, this quilting part. I really should think about making small projects and working on that though. This is crooked. Why is this crooked? I can't tell, Katie, but besides a walking foot and lengthening stitch, you always want to start in the center and work your way out, which that's what I did, start from the center. But the stitches are looking better with this other walking foot. So I wasn't sure I could use this on the regular plate. I thought maybe I would have to switch it out to the other plate, which I could do that. That's not a problem. The plate doesn't take all of 2 minutes to switch out. But if I do that, I might as well put a new needle in and um, clean out the bobbin case because it needs cleaning out anyway. So I'm going to do all of that. I might as well do the whole thing. Clean it up, which I could do that on live, and I don't think y'all would have a problem with that. But either way, I have to pick out a lot of these and start again. So I don't know what I should do right now. I'm thinking about what I can do. What do you guys think I should do? So take it apart and start again. You're never late, Myra, and good to see you, Myra. And hello, Laura. Okay, what I can do, and this is going to be boring for you guys, is I could sit here and pick out all these stitches and start again. But that might take a few minutes. So I don't know how you feel about that. I'm gonna go ahead and pick some of them out. And then we will restart to center again. So anything interesting happening in any of y'all's areas? I don't know. Tell me what's going on your way. I mean, I don't know what, because this is going, or all your exes. That's up to you. Or no, my exes are not done. I can still work on that also. Joy is a couple things. I When I put the tape on, I was supposed to be sewing on one side. So when I turned it, thinking it would be better to sew, opposite way, I ended up on the wrong side of the tape. So that's what's caused part of this. And the other is the stitches were too small and it's causing wrinkling. And that's because couldn't get my big foot on, and then I knocked the bottom part of the foot off, which now I have to contact Janome and find out what the deal is, because I have only used it 3 times, and now the foot fell off the bottom of it. I don't know how to get it back on there. Part of the foot came off. Put it that away. But no, I haven't finished my raspberry kisses. I still have quite a few of them to still sew together. I need to finish trimming them, the ones that haven't been trimmed, and start sewing those together. So we could switch over to that if we needed to, if you don't want to watch me pick all of this out. The problem is these smaller stitches are going to be the death of me. Just pick and talk a bit. Okay. So the first day of summer is approaching quickly. In fact, it's going to be the 21st. And on the 21st is also Greenland's National Day. So I was thinking about it's usually like they tend to celebrate for more than one day. There's food gets Greenlandic food and stuff is out on display, and there's a live band, and so people are all congregated down at Town Square where the fountain is. And yeah, I thought about maybe either pre-recording something from that or going live down there so y'all can see what was going on. I just don't know what I'm going to do about there's these rules about music, and there will definitely be music playing, but it'll be Greenlandic music. So I don't know if that'll be a problem or not, since only Greenlanders would know what was being sung about. Oh my gosh, this is going to take a while. All right, you know what? No, we're not doing this. I'm going to put this aside and pick it out on my own time. So what I could do is work on my, try to finish the rest of my, this PMQ clue I was working on. I'll do that and then we'll go from there. Hey, Teresa. Yeah, you know, to Denise's comment about my knowledge of Greenland, I learned everything I share with you guys has been since I moved here. When I first moved here, no, Nora, leave it alone. Let me have it. Where to go? Move, Nora. Mommy needs to get that. I dropped my screw. Move, move. Okay. So when I first moved here, I didn't know anything about this country. I didn't even know that the United States played a part during World War II with keeping Greenland safe. I didn't know all that. Because I don't recall in U.S. history when we were in high school and in college, when we were studying the history of the United States, I didn't know that we had participated in protecting it from would-be countries who thought that they would try to snatch it out from underneath Denmark while they were occupied by Nazis. Because that's during World War II, and this town was kind of like a staging point. That's the good word for it. So on the mountain down by the harbor, at the very top of the mountain, there's a big satellite dish, but there's also a big green building up there, and that building is a radio station, and that radio station was built by the United States. And so now it's been turned into a museum, and everything's intact. All the equipment, everything that was used in that is inside the museum. So but it takes quite effort to get up there because it's right on top of the mountain. But anyway, I realized when I got hired as a tour guide, because my boss is different than most bosses. You might get a couple days of training, maybe, but you get thrown to the wolves. Is what happens. It's either you sink or you swim. And so I signed up for a Arctic guide class, and I participated in as much of it as I could within my language skill set. And so I gained quite a bit of knowledge of that, but I also spent hours upon hours of research online about Greenland, especially about this town and about the Norse, because the Norsemen lived down here, about an hour's boat ride from here. And because there's Havalsi, it's Havalsi is the last church that has the last written wedding in it. And that's the last time anyone knew where the Norsemen were at, because when Denmark sent a missionary to Christianize this country, they were coming to Christianize the Norsemen. But what I don't understand is if the Norsemen were already, well, except for Eric the Red refused to Christianize, but his wife was a Christian. And there's a story about him and his wife and the religious aspect of this whole story. But they came here looking for Norsemen that they were going to switch over to the Lutheran religion. Well, when they got here, there was no Norsemen because they disappeared. And nobody really knows why they disappeared. Scientists are still trying to figure that out. So on my last live, I was working on Clue 2 of Hope of Tree of Life, and I had got all the blocks or all the pieces sewn, and now I need to sew 8 of these together. So I'm going to go ahead and start that first. All right, and let me back scroll, see what I missed out on here. Yeah, I'd love to share about I mean, I live here. I mean, it's like when I lived in Florida. I could take you on and please don't take this as me bragging, because it's not. But Florida to me is just, I never thought I would leave it. I used to tell everybody, I'll never leave my beautiful state. I'm still in love with it. It's bad for my health, of course, but I could take you out in any area of Florida, and for the most part, I can identify nearly every plant that lives in Florida. And you're probably wondering, well, how's that even possible? It's because I have a 2-year degree in that, and I also have been gardening my whole life from age 11. And I had the opportunity while I was growing up. I lived part of my time down in South Florida, and the rest of it was in North Florida. And believe it or not, there's a complete different ecosystem in the north versus the south. I mean, everything's really super tropical. Once you get past Ocala, you start seeing more tropical plants growing out in yards and not being killed back by the cold. It's just different things, and trees that wouldn't grow in North Florida because it gets too cold, you would see down in South Florida. And the further south you went, the bigger these we call them, you have woody plants, you have herbaceous plants. And herbaceous plants is anything that can't grow wild and live in the conditions of that area. So a lot of ornamental herbaceous plants can grow in the summertime up north in North Florida, but in the winter months you would have to take them in, or you would have to cover them. So when I moved here, I had to start all over because I didn't know anything about the country. I didn't know anything about the fauna or the plant life here. All I knew was I was going to find a way to grow something inside the house, and I have figured that out. And I've also figured out some cool seasoned vegetables like mustard greens, turnip greens, collards, kale, cabbage, broccoli, carrots, potatoes. I can grow all those outside during the summer months. So that's, you know, and when I lived in Florida, the only food I ever grew was tomatoes and peppers. I didn't, well, and okra. And I wish I could grow okra here. Man, if I could, you bet I would be doing it. All right, so let me finish reading the rest of the chat. Let's see, someone said we've all, Nancy, I've lived here on August the 18th, which was the day I stepped off the helicopter to live here forever. It was August 18th of 2011. So this August 18th will be 13 years since I moved here permanently. Oh, my honey's still there. Sherry says, finish and then take out the stitching you don't like. Oh, that's a good idea. Nancy says, let's laugh out loud. That is how it was when I started managing the apartments, a day and a half training. Yeah, it's crazy how she just threw me to the wolves. But it, you know, I've been working for her since 2012, and it started out where I was just working a little bit, and now she's pretty dependent on me, and she's added another job to my repertoire. So now not only am I doing city tours, but I'm also doing Great Greenland, which is the tannery. Hey, Jackie, how are you? Joy T, snakes, iguanas, alligators. Oh my, I can only live in Florida if I live. You know what? Snakes I saw, iguanas never saw them. Alligators only were down south. Well, there's some up north too, but you rarely see them. And sharks, I don't go deep enough to see those. All I need to know all I need to know to not go to Florida is that it's possible for an alligator to invite itself in your house, but that is so not true, Denise. Really, it's not. When you hear about alligators going in someone's yard or whatever, or their pool, yeah, that's a one upper in probably, I don't know, several years of that kind of thing happening. Unless you live like in the swamp where all of them are at. All right. I need to lay these out so I don't make any mistakes. So let me put this one here. Let's take this one out so I can look at it. Okay. And then I'll show it to you since I've got one sewn together already. All right. But I need to make sure I have these going in the right direction so we don't make any boo-boos. And I'm probably going to, yeah, I'm definitely going to sew these or press these with the seams open so that they lay flat. Let's see how this is supposed to lay like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this one. Uh-oh. Let's do this direction. Hold on a minute, Teresa. Hold on, you guys. I have to take care of something real quick. I sent it to you in Messenger, Teresa. Three people were, oh, wow. What Bay Area? Tampa? Yes, Teresa, come sew with me. Hello, Sean. I don't know how to say the rest of that. Sounds cool. It is cool to live here. It's the most beautiful place I've ever, besides Florida. I don't know which ranks. I almost say that Greenlander outranks Florida currently because there's just so much about it that common everyday people don't see. And the only way you can really understand what it feels like is to come here and experience it. I mean, I could sit here all day long and tell you all the kinds of stories that I've experienced and how it makes me feel. But when you do it in person, they're just your senses just go into overload because you're seeing things, you're either hearing things or you're not, depending on where you are. And the air is so pure and clean on top of it. You just, it's just amazing. My sister had a pet iguana that grew 7 feet long, slept in her house on top of the back of the sofa. She carried it to the bathtub every day and just loved it so much. This thing is like, yeah, now they're just killing iguanas has become a sport down in South Florida. People hunt them now. And it's human beings that caused the overpopulation to begin with. All right, I've got these stacked the way I need them stacked. Let's get this one put together first, though. Sharks are just following their prey, and human beings just get caught in the crossfire. Our waters, the water temperatures have changed, and because of that, the predators that feed off of certain kinds of food are just following where their food source is going. And it just, we're seeing changes in our ecosystem along our coastline as well, especially in the off the East Coast. You're seeing mackerel there now, and followed by the mackerel is yellowfin tuna, and followed by yellowfin tuna is orcas. And orcas don't normally come up to the Arctic. When we lived in West Palm Beach, Florida, there was a canal on the backside of our apartment complex. Alligators were in it, and the neighbor's dog was just about 8. Yeah, alligators like to eat dogs. The dogs stand there and bark at them instead of being smart and running away. Okay, this looks pretty good.
Hi, Katie.
Hey there, come on in. Y'all say hi to Teresa, she's here. Did you catch
Hello,
any?
everyone. Hello, everybody out in chat land.
Yeah. Did y'all catch any fish?
No.
Oh, bummer.
And we didn't see any mushrooms either, or any that you could eat anyway.
The morels?
Yeah, morels.
Isn't
Yeah, we
another
went
month
for,
or so before those are ready?
yeah, it's time. People have been picking. I didn't even see any that had been picked, you know, because they usually cut the top off and leave the stem. And I didn't see any of those either, but
Oh,
it's
so
a long drive anyway.
well, that's cool. Too bad you didn't find anything.
All that bouncing kind of, my back got a little irritated with it, but
You've been having trouble with your back, haven't you?
yeah, it seems to be getting worse, but you know, what are you gonna do? You know,
The alternative for pain.
I don't really want to have surgery.
I don't mean surgery. Those little gummies. Have you tried those?
Oh, no, I haven't.
I have tried them. And to be frank and honest here, they freaking work.
Really?
Yes, they kill the pain. And all you have to do when you go in there is tell, because they'll ask you questions of what it is you want and what you're looking for and what you need it for. Okay.
Right.
And so if you say, well, I can't smoke it, none of us can, or I can't anyway. And you want it so it's killing the pain, but not making you feel disoriented. And there's different strengths of the gummies. And you get the right one that works for you, and believe it or not, your pain levels are drastically dropped.
Huh.
They are for me because I'm not taking. I have some an opiate called Tradalin, which is similar to tramadol. I think it might be the same thing. And when I'm using the alternative, I don't even use that at all.
I'll be darned.
So, you know, and to me, it seems like it's a little bit more healthy than taking an opiate, you know?
Right. Yeah, I don't know where or if I can get those in Idaho.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible or not.
Yeah, it's not, none of that alternative medication is legal in Idaho. They keep trying to pass it, but it hasn't passed yet. So I'd have to go to Oregon or Washington, I think, to find a store. And I don't know how my doctor would feel about it. I'd have to, because I am on pain management program, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that the doctor will agree with your choice of trying to test out an alternative, but if the current's not working, why not try alternative?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's what drove me to try the alternative, because the current thing was just because my pain is probably similar to yours. I suffer from 3 kinds of pain.
Yeah.
And one of them is like having a flipping toothache while you're trying to sleep. You can't sleep if you have this throbbing going on all bloody night. And only one medication lessens it but doesn't kill it. But you take the alternative, There's no pain, no throbbing all night long.
Huh. I'll be
And
darned.
you have the choice of how low or high of a dose you test to start out
Right.
small,
Right.
and small is enough for you. Because they told me when they first introduced me to one, she said only eat half of this gummy, and you need to do it like 2 hours before you plan to go to bed or something like that.
Right.
And so I said, okay, so it takes about 2 hours before you even feel the effect. So if you're going to bed at 10 o'clock, you probably should take it at 8 o'clock. And by 10 o'clock, when you lay down, your body has already gotten in tune with it. And it's just it's a relief. I mean, you don't have to
Yeah.
do it every day. I don't do it every day. Because sometimes I don't like.
Oh, I know, when I lived in Oregon where it's all that's legal, I used to get a tea, and so I would drink a hot tea, kind of like a chamomile
Mm-hmm.
type thing, and it did help for
Yeah.
sure.
And I
But
think
once
the only reason doctors don't want to talk about it is because it takes money away from the medical field.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I have a headache.
I'm sorry. I hope it feels. I hope you feel better, sweetie. Have you taken anything for it?
No, part of the problem with my back is I have uh spinal fluid cysts
Mm-hmm.
in the sacrum area. I have like 4, and they fill up with spinal fluid throughout the day, and they swell up. And when that happens, when they get too big or whatever, it gives you a headache, because your spinal fluid is not traveling properly through your body. And that's why I lay down a lot. So how are you going to do this? It's supposed to lay down like every 45 minutes for about 15 minutes. And there's a certain angle you're supposed to lay and all this stuff. And it does help laying down for sure, but kind of hard to lay down every 45 minutes.
Yep. Yep. I agree with you. Nancy said, uh, maybe you should ask. I don't know if they drug test you or not. Does your doctor's office drug test you?
They do periodically, like every couple of years, I think, but they can at any time.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe you should. Personally, from my point of view, I wouldn't even if it, because right now, if I had access to it all the time, I would just completely stop going to see the doctor and just do
Yeah,
the alternative, because there's nothing they could do. They
right.
have about you must lose weight so that you can have surgery. But they don't help you with what's causing the weight problem to begin with, because my weight problem is not caused from overeating. It's because I don't eat enough. That's my problem. And because I don't eat the first half of the day. I'll go about 7 hours before I ever even bother to eat. I just don't have that what do you call it when your belly tells you need to eat? I rarely have my stomach make those noises.
Huh.
And lately I haven't been hungry at all. I've been sick to my stomach for weeks now, and I think maybe I have lesions in my stomach again, which means they're gonna have to treat me for ulcers, which sucks.
That's not good. And it's hard to eat anything when you have stomach ulcers.
It is, because you feel nauseous all the time, and I have felt like this for almost a month, so I'm almost sure that they're back. And it only happens like once every 3 or 4 years. It'll flare up, and then they'll put me on antibiotics for a certain amount of dosage of it. And then when I come off of that and it's gotten out of my system, I don't have the nausea anymore because it fixed the problem.
Huh.
And this thing with my belly, I'm pretty sure it's genetic.
Yeah.
Because my mother suffered from ulcers too. And she used to have them really, really bad.
You want to see what I got from So Yeah?
Sure. Let me spotlight you.
Let me grab them.
Y'all don't forget to tell me to turn the spotlight off if I forget, okay? because that's one of the things I keep forgetting to do is turning it off.
Whew. I got a big bag.
Ooh, nice. Did
Look
you
at
buy a
that.
scrap bag?
Yeah, this was from a couple of weeks ago. I was going to show it last Sunday, but I didn't go live.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably show it tomorrow too. But anyway, I needed some wide backs, and they were doing the wide back sale. So I bought a couple of wide backs. Excuse me. And I think this one, it is purple,
Uh-huh.
purple, but kind of
Oh,
on the dark lavender side. But look at this. Isn't this pretty?
that Jason Yinter fabric?
Huh?
Is that Jason Yinter?
Uh, it's by PB
Oh, okay.
Textiles.
Oh,
PB Textiles. It's a 108.
nice, beautiful.
Um, it's called Serenity, and it's by Jetty Home
Uh-huh.
LLC. Anyway, isn't that beautiful?
It
Really
is. It's
pretty.
gorgeous.
So I was hoping, and I haven't checked yet, but Kay from the Purple Wall,
Uh-huh.
and I are doing that festivals and fireworks.
Uh-huh.
So I'm hoping this matches
It
that.
looks like it should be fun to use that.
I want to look.
Uh-oh, what happened to my little leader? Oh, there it is.
Well, I don't know.
Was that the only thing you bought?
No, sorry.
Nice.
I wanted to look and see if it. I'll look. I wanted to see if it would match that. Okay, so then, oh, this one's so pretty too. Okay, then I got this is kind of it looks batik. Actually, both of these do, but they're not. They're just regular cotton. And this is grays and kind of a creamy, light, really light tan color. Almost can kind of see a little bit of green in it too, light green.
It's beautiful.
So that's really pretty. Boy, five or that's heavy. Those are heavy.
Looks like, yeah.
Okay. Then I got some bundles, 3-yard bundles, and these are petites. So you'll like these, Katie. So, so here we go. Here's this one.
That, oh my gosh.
Isn't it
That's
pretty?
pretty. Ooh, wee, that's gonna be fun to use.
It's too bad we don't live closer, Katie. We could do a petite swap.
Yes, we could. That would be so cool.
Yeah, it would. And then there's this one.
Oh, I like that one. Oh, that one is pretty.
Yeah, isn't that pretty?
Oh my gosh.
So these are kind of some fall colors, I would
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
But you
And
can
then
still
this,
intermix them with other things.
and then here we go. This one is really a lot of fall colors here.
That's beautiful. That is so pretty. You lucky person.
I know.
I miss being able to buy boutiques from them, but their shipping has just, I can't afford it. It's not
Yeah.
worth it.
Okay. And then I got some kind of purpley red batiks.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go. Here's really
Ooh,
yummy, yummy, yummy.
pretty yummy. That's right. That's gorgeous.
Very pretty. Now wait till you see this next one now. Really pretty colors. I think this would almost go with those fall colors I was just showing.
It would. Ooh, I'd like to have some of that. Look at that. Ooh, wee, that's pretty. You got a good haul this time, girlfriend.
Yeah. And this one's really cute. This would go really nice with like a Quilt of Valor type quilt. Kind of.
No, I have some of that, and that's pretty.
Yeah. Well, this is the only one you said that you have some of that.
Yep, I have that one. I bought that while I was in South Florida.
So there's those all boutiques. And then I got this one pack of regular cotton
Mhm.
just because I thought it was just so pretty. It's in the purple family, but it's more like a plum color. This has butterflies all over it.
It is pretty. That's like a maroon, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of a I don't think the camera really does it
Nope, probably
justice.
isn't. It does look
Yeah.
kind of maroonish, but it looks like it's got pink in it.
Yeah, it's kind of uh maybe
Yeah,
mauve.
I keep forgetting there is that mauve color.
Yeah. And then this one has little teeny flowers on it.
Cute. Super cute.
Really pretty. And then this one is just same color, different print, but it's be a good blender
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That would also look good as a border. Not
yeah,
border, binding.
or binding. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the little directional fabric in it, or the design is directional. It would look good around as a binding.
Yep. So this one is kind of not the right color for this other project.
Well, you might
Darn.
use it as a backing for something.
Well, that's where was going to do it was in the backing, but
Oh,
my purples are more of this color here.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it might be all right.
I'll go with it.
I don't know. What do you guys think? This is
What do
the
you guys
front.
think for Teresa? Which one do you think they both would work well together? I think they would be fine, but unless you wanted to go with a darker purple or something.
Yeah, this would be the back of the
Yeah,
quilt, and then these are kind of more of the colors of the front.
yeah. But I think it would work.
Yeah, I'll go. Oh, here's a block. Let's see how it looks with the block. Might be all right.
Oh, yeah, I think it would.
Okay, here's the block. Oh yeah,
I
that'd
think
probably
it
be
would work.
okay.
Yeah, I think it looked fine.
Yeah, and you
See,
don't see the back that much anyway, so
no, you're usually not hanging them up or laying them across each other upside down.
yeah. Okay. It makes the print pop.
I think it does too.
Yeah, Jody, I did have a great night buying those fabrics. I hadn't bought any new fabric in a long time, and so I had a little more money to buy this because I hadn't spent my monthly budget, And
Mama J, are you saying the captions are not working or they are working? Because I know I turned them on. Let me know with a heart if the captioning is working on the screen. I never see it.
it's not on my screen. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it
Okay,
is.
all right, okay. Because I was about to get concerned here because I try
Yep,
really hard to remember to do that
it's there. It's there.
because we have two hearing impaired people coming in and out of the lives. Myra
Okay.
Lewis says absolutely they go together. See?
Yeah. Okay, you can take me off a big screen.
Okay. There we
Thanks
go.
for that. Thanks for letting me share that.
You're welcome. Anytime, especially when it comes
We
to
all like looking at fabric, right?
yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. We all like looking at fabric. and drooling over it.
Okay, she says they are working. She was just looking at the fabric.
Oh, okay. Mama J, yeah. Let's see. Denise put a heart. She says she can see the text. Okay, good. I was getting concerned here because I don't want to leave anyone out of this. Is what do they call it? Inclusion. Everybody's got to be able to participate. Isn't that the word, inclusive or inclusion?
Oh boy, I'm tired. It was a long trip.
How far did y'all have to drive?
Well, actually, it was only about 20 miles, but the road is dirt, gravel road, and it's very windy. It's up in the mountains. And we actually couldn't get all the way up to the lake because there was still snow up there.
So is that road anything like the road that goes into Yosemite?
Worse, probably.
Because man, I could live up there. When I went up there, I didn't want to leave, but I could do without that road because by the time you go up it, and it's whine, 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 and you're sitting in the back seat, and I'm thinking, I'm going to throw up, I'm going to throw up, and then coming back down that same winding thing, and when you're coming back down, you're worn out.
Yeah, yeah.
And so the pain levels are through the roof. Your stomach's going crazy, and I'm like, dude, stop the truck! I got to get out of the truck.
That's what I did to Brandon. I said, you got to pull over for a little bit. I got to get out and walk a little bit because my back was just killing me. And
something about winding roads are just
yeah, it's painful. And the bumps,
Yep. And every time you hit a pothole or a bump.
Yeah. And there were lots of potholes.
I'll bet there was.
But there was a fire up there a couple of years ago. So, and last year, the mushroom hunting was terrific. I mean, they were everywhere. This year,
probably.
Yeah, this year not so much. But there are tons of little baby trees coming up. There are probably for anywhere from 2 to 4 inches.
Nice.
And so plus all the undergrowth is coming back and it's looking, they still have a lot of dead trees standing that are burnt, they're not alive.
They're going to leave them to do the natural process of rotting, though, aren't they?
Yeah, because it's part of the wilderness, and so they won't go in and log it or anything like that. They
That's
just
good.
They just leave it.
Let nature take its course.
Yeah, it's good in a way, but that's a lot of wood that they could,
I'm not sure that they could do anything with the wood once it's been burned like that.
Well, it's mostly burnt on the outside, so if they skinned it down, they could probably still use it for like pellets and sawdust and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Um,
that would be a way of raising funds for the parks.
Yeah.
Turn it into firewood and sell it as firewood and pellets and other things like you were talking about.
Yeah.
But it also takes a lot of money to go in there and pull all that stuff out.
Yeah, it does. Especially if you're going to be careful doing it,
Yep.
Then they use helicopters and stuff like that.
Guess what?
Uh-oh. What happened?
Oh, I just lost my battle with the bobbin. There's no thread in it.
Oh, no.
I can always tell when something's wrong when my machine sounds weird. It sounds like it's muffled. The strangest thing, it'll just get really quiet. Now I know why. I ran out of doggone bobbin. All right. So, since I have to put a bobbin in here, you know what I'm going to do on this live camera? I'm going to clean this machine in front of you guys. Are you up for that? Everybody okay with that idea? And then I'll get back to sewing. I thought it might be fun to, let me see if I can get the camera up close enough where you can see what I'm doing, maybe. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and
I think I will clean mine too.
clean our machine right here on the live. I need to find my needle. So where's my needles? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this camera up, hopefully close enough for you to see what I'm doing. And I hope you can anyway, but I need to move things out of the way. Let's see if I can get this close enough.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, Laura Sup. Hi, Jackie.
All right, so since I have to make a replace my bobbin, I'm going to go ahead and lift this up, my presser foot up. I'm going to go ahead and remove the needle because I'm going to replace it with a new one since I'm cleaning my machine. Take this one out. And then there's a little button underneath my Janome that pushes the presser foot plate out and pick it up and take it out. This is what the plate looks like. And I discovered there's another hole on here I missed and didn't get my washi tape on, so, which is kind of annoying me. I have straight pins in the bottom of my machine because I can hear it when I moved my machine the other day. Which
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take the bottom, but I want to do that when I'm not pressed to do anything else. So what I did is I took the plate off. So now I'm gonna take the bobbin case out. There's the bobbin case. And I'm going to go ahead and take my presser foot off too so I can see better. Okay. All right. Now, I don't know that this camera's going to let you see, but I'll show you how much lint I pull out of it.
Okay.
So I use this little oh so clean Russian cloth set. I have that. That came in a sew sampler box.
Yeah.
But I also like to use, they're like little Q-tips kind of.
Yeah. I have those.
Yeah.
Hi, Pam. How are you doing?
Hi, Pam. I'm trying to find my Q-tips. Which means I haven't used them.
Oh, right, Nancy. That's what they used to do in the old days for log cabins. Nancy said, when I watched a show where a man cut his own trees to build a cabin, he burned them to preserve them.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Where's my little Q-tips at?
I am going to finish sewing these pillowcases. I don't know if you guys, a lot of you here are also subscribers over on my channel. And
Speaking of subscribers,
the last time I was on, I think I was doing pillowcases and I didn't finish them. So
how many are you making? Because I watched her live the other day when you were making it.
just two. So this is the second one, and I'm almost done with it, actually. I just need to do the French seam and then it'll be all done.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to go ahead and cut out the rest of the red fabric for the pillow sham, the shams, and get started on that. What you got, Katie?
So here's this little Q-tips I was talking about. You can buy these by the hundreds on Amazon. This came in a sew sampler box from Qaqortoq, but I also have 3 bags full that have like 100 in each bag of these itty bitty. Wait a minute. Here we go. These itty bitty, and they're so cheap on Amazon, and they have a really long handle on them. So when you stick them down in there, you can pull out all the gunk. So let me show you how much I'm pulling out of this bobbin compartment. Put it on here and maybe I can show it to you guys when I get it all gathered up. Because there's quite a bit just in the bobbin case. But surprisingly, there's no went inside the bobbin case itself. I have seen it where it was a lot in it, but it was probably because I went like through several projects and didn't run out of bobbin or anything. And so needless to say, it should have been cleaned, and you can always tell with this machine, sometimes when it gets really dirty, it'll make a funny noise. But it'll still keep sewing despite being dirty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell
I
when
can,
your machine is dirty?
I can tell, yeah. I can tell when the bobbin needs to be oiled, and I can tell when the needle needs to be changed.
Interesting.
Because
Sometimes
the
I think, go
needle
ahead.
kind of makes like a tick, tick, tick noise, like it's
Yeah.
not going through correctly anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's like a
Um,
tapping noise, right?
huh?
It's kind of like a tapping noise it makes.
Yeah, tapping noise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this one does when the needle's getting worn out. How often do you change your needles out of curiosity?
Well, I load 6 bobbins, and when those 6 bobbins are done, I change the needle. Unless I'm going through doing some other project where I'm not doing cotton anymore, like if you're
Mm-hmm.
doing blue jeans or uh, canvas and those things dull your needle a lot faster.
Yeah.
And but just regular cotton, if that's all I've been doing, then every 6 bobbin, and then that's when I do like a deep clean on my sewing machine too.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every time I take my bobbin out, I do clean that area,
Mm-hmm.
and I probably oil it about every 3rd bobbin thereabouts.
And that's for a Juki, right?
Mine is Brothers.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had to oil a brother.
This one you do. It's just like the Juki, pretty much.
Oh, it's an industrial type.
Yeah. And Frank says that burning the wood hardens the sap in the wood.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can see that, making it a
That's interesting.
har-
I did not know that.
harder wood product. Wow, Katie, that is a lot of fuzzies.
You can actually see it. Yeah, look at that.
That's what Jody says. She can see it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
yeah. Look on the smaller camera because that's where I got it pointed at the machine. Okay, so now I got most of that out, and now what I'll do is I'll take my little. Yeah, let's not knock this down. I'm gonna put this on something else because now we don't want this
Uh,
back in the machine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is get my little brush out of my box, and I'm just gonna kind of gently brush around in here and see if I've missed anything, which I just saw another piece come out.
oh, wow, look at all that.
Yep. So that was quite a bit in here, but I've been sewing like a
Yeah,
maniac for the last few weeks.
yeah. I'm going to answer Nancy's question really quick.
Okay.
Nancy, the only time I had that problem was when my feed dogs got really sick with lint because I wasn't actually cleaning the feed dogs out. So you might want to check that. Um, she says, what would cause the fabric to pull to the left when sewing? So
That's a
that's
that's a
when
feed
I
dog
had the,
problem. Yeah, I
what's that?
bet you have. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Katie. What?
I was just gonna say that probably sounds like there's stuff caught in feed dogs.
Yeah, that's my first thought anyway.
Yeah, because aren't these feed dogs parted about a quarter of an inch apart, do you think? Or maybe an eighth of an inch apart?
Yeah, mine are really tight together.
Yeah, and that lint gets it like builds up.
Yeah,
And if you take one of these little Q-tips, like I showed you I'm using, and you put them in between the feed dogs, it picks up all of it.
yeah, yeah. Because if those get thick, then they're built up with that lint. then they're not working like they're supposed to be working.
Yep,
They're not
exactly.
pulling on your fabric properly anymore.
Yep.
Anyway, try that, see if that helps.
Okay, so I've got the inside clean now. I believe it's clean enough anyway. I wish I could find, I don't know if any of you have seen one, but I saw an advertisement for a little hand vac where it's a really small mini one and you can just stick it down in there and it sucks everything out. But I have not been able to find one like that where you can just stick it down here and let it suck what it can suck up, you know?
Yeah.
But you have to be careful because you don't want to bend anything. Because then the machine won't work right.
Right.
All right, let me get this.
Jackie says that she changes her needle at the end of a quilt. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And she says most brothers use a lube instead of oil.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the only Brothers sewing machine I have, and
All right, where is all my open?
I just use machine oil on it.
Oh, here we go.
And hello, Joanne. She says, I'm going to clean mine right away. And Mara says, holy cow.
Yep, that was a lot.
Yeah.
I knew I was getting close to needing to clean it because it's, you know, it starts making that funny little noise it makes. Okay, man, I have a lot of sewing needles.
And Nancy says thank you. And yeah, Jackie, if people are using flannel, sewing flannel a lot, then yeah, that could really build up those feed dogs. Okay, here I'm gonna start some.
Yep, and I'm going to make a couple bobbins since I've run out.
Alrighty.
It's going to require me to do that.
Whoops, I left my little light on, and so now it is totally burnt out.
Your sewing machine light?
No, the little light that came in the sew sampler box a couple of months ago that you can just. Now I have to remember. Oh, woohoo, found it. I was gonna say I have to remember where I put the adapter.
Okay. Right now I'm going to make a couple bobbins, you guys. Sorry for the slow up.
Sorry for the what?
Just having to stop what I was doing to do this.
Oh, hey, people need to learn how to clean their machines and all that. That's part of all the sewing.
Yep.
I think it's a good thing that you're showing it. Okay, so I'm just going to charge that up. Let's see, turn that off. Charging. Keyboard vacuum. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, but I haven't been able to find one.
Oh yeah, did you hear about Nancy winning that sewing machine over on Fallon's?
No, congratulations, Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy. Guess who, Nancy? She won that.
Oh, that's awesome. Congrats.
I think it's so cool that it's somebody that we know. That is
Yeah.
so cool. I mean, I would be happy for anybody, but you know, get a little more excited when it's a name you
It's one of us, right?
Yeah, right.
It's always exciting when it's one of us.
And if you want to become one of us, all you have to do is hang out with us.
That's right. Subscribe to us, hang out with us, sew with us, talk with us, get to know us.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this one wound. The only thing I worry about with this machine is I don't think the bobbins winds tight enough, but maybe it's supposed to be like this. It doesn't give me trouble or nothing. It's just weird because I bought pre-wound bobbins that are for Genomes, and they have so much thread on them.
Yeah.
They like go on, but you can't get it in the dove color, or I would just be buying pre-wounds. Okay, we got number 2 wound, and I'm just going to leave it sitting on top of the machine for. Oh, I hope I didn't just mess that up. Okay. All right. So the bobbin's been wound. Let's get the bobbin in the bobbin case.
Laura says I really wanted to win, but it's super excited that I was somebody I saw on live streams on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to put my bobbin or my presser foot on here first. Then put the bobbin in the case.
Mama J says I'm waiting to send you my pattern until I hear back from Leanna.
What pattern? For who?
I don't, not too sure who she's talking to there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't know who she's talking to either.
Nancy says that her new machine is supposed to be there Tuesday.
All right. Oh, why aren't you going in here like you're supposed to?
How exciting.
Oh, I bet this is long. Ah, this is not a Janome bobbin I just wound up. Oh, crap. I found a bobbin the other day in the drawer and I thought it was for my Janome. And then when I just tried to put it in there, it won't go in there. Probably goes to my singer. I don't know how.
I get mine mixed up too.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed to get it mixed up, but it's mixed up. Okay, I got the bobbin in. Now let's get the little cover back on. And then we're going to put the new needle in. And then and because I'm putting a new needle in, I always do this. I re-thread my machine. Even though I didn't pull all the thread out, I just pulled it out of the needle. But because you're messing around and winding bobbins and touching the top of the machine and stuff, sometimes things can get jiggled loose a little bit. So I just go ahead and re-thread the whole thing, and then I'll test it to make sure everything's okay, and then we'll go.
Sounds good. Well, I didn't know this, but Mama J is Andrea.
What?
Yeah. So that's Andrea telling you about the patterns.
Okay. So sorry, Andrea. I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, that's the first I heard. Thank you for telling us, though. I would have just been totally oblivious. Yeah, she's going to let me test one of her, or I'm going to make when she gets the pattern ready, then I am going to do a tutorial.
Gonna do a test it?
I think it's already been tested, right, Andrea?
Oh, okay.
But it'll be a nice, since it's a new pattern, it'll be fun making a tutorial for it. And it'll help get her patterns out there to everybody. Yeah. What? Come on. Give me. Teresa, do people ever click? I don't know if you can see this or not. Do people ever open this part of their machine up to see if there's dust inside of it?
Yeah. In the old days when they used to, open, they allowed you access. I used to clean that out all the time and oil my bars and all that. But now
I'm wondering about that because don't dust collect in that because of the thread?
Yeah. They want you to take it into the, machine shop.
Yeah, well, I don't have a machine shop to take mine to. I mean, I have to send mine to Denmark, and then you know what? It'll probably be 6 weeks before I got it back.
Yeah.
And I don't have the only backup machine I have is that little singer talent. But you guys, I was in the store the other day, and you know the singers that are all metal body that they sell. It's like it's not the industrial one, but it's one level from it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They call it the all I don't know. You use it for all kinds of things. Anyway, they have one up at Bruceson right now, and it's pink of all colors, which is funny. But I've been thinking about why don't I buy one like because I want to teach the young lady who takes care of my house and my dogs. I want to teach her how to sew, and then let her learn how to make a quilt. I think that would be good for her.
Oh yeah.
And I thought I'd start her out on a decent. The talent is okay, but when you're doing half square triangles, it eats them.
Yeah, she'd have to do a leader and an ender or something on them.
Denise says, "Are you able to use floss or thread to get in between the tension discs to clean the lint?" I don't know how to do that. The tension disc, it has a knob and it has this cover on it. You actually can only see the whatever's behind it. And that's all I can see, so I don't know. Jackie says, "My Singer and the Janome MC both open at the end." Yeah, Andrea says she is going to do a live working on it on screen, so I need to wait for her to do hers. Then I want someone to do a tutorial, and I am putting it all on my website and giving credit where credit is due. Yeah, so anyway, I'll be making the pattern. And then all y'all will get to see her handiwork. Okay, everything seems fine on here. Stitch looks fine on both sides of the fabric, so yep, I'm ready to go. All right, machine is now clean. But yeah, I wondered, there's a screw over here, right here, and I wondered if I unscrewed that, if I could open the whole thing or not, or if I would cause a disaster.
I have a screw right up here that might open.
See, there's this little, this is supposed to be the needle threader right here. So I wonder when you unscrew that, if that's going to cause a problem with this right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm reluctant to mess around too much.
Hey, I bet there's a YouTube video on how to do that.
Oh yeah?
I bet there is.
Have to go see if there is. Okay. All right, let's get the sleever ready and let's get back on what I was sewing on.
Oh.
The machine sounds so much better. That's funny. Frank says, and used to life about the same up north. There's something they're talking about. Hello, Kathy. How are you? Hi, all. Just got back from lunch and I'm trying to place a piece of backing. Trying being the operative word. Sorry. Yeah. Just says, sounds like fun. Looking forward to seeing the pattern. Katie, if you don't know what to do, don't do it. That exclamation mark from Joy T. Yep. Don't want to make it worse or tear it up.
That's why I would look up on a YouTube video and see if there is one.
I'll have to do some research and see if I can find a way to do it. I'm already going to have to lay it on its side and take the bottom off of it so I get all the straight pins up. The only reason I know the straight pins down there, more than one, is because the other day I was cleaning underneath my machine. You know, I have a pad sitting underneath my machine and it collects a lot of thread from time to time because it's wool. And so I was moving the machine tilted it forward and I heard straight pins rolling to the front of the machine.
Well, how'd they get in there?
Huh?
How'd they get in there?
Here, let me get one of my other plates so I can show it to you without having to take them on off without back on. Hold on.
Oh, that's okay. They rolled through the plate.
I don't mind showing you. I'll show you because there's 3 plates for this machine. And all of them have holes in it, so you'll get the idea.
So they rolled through the plate.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you this plate in the smaller camera. You see where my hand is? That's when I'll show it to you, because you might be able to see the holes better.
Okay.
Can you see the holes? You see them, Teresa?
Well, I'm waiting for the
Oh, wait a minute,
video
catch up. Okay.
to catch up. Yeah. Jackie wants to know what machine. Oh yeah, I see the holes. Oh
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now, like little screw, something you can mount onto the plate. You screw in, so it's probably some extra part you can buy to put
Yeah.
these. And then pins are so small. Let me show you how small the pin heads are. Because I use the really small millimeter pins. Look how, now I'm gonna put this back up here where you can see what I'm doing. Look, watch
Yeah.
this. See how the pin just went right through?
Yeah.
And it's underneath my hand now. It just goes right through.
Huh.
And that's why you see washi tape on the one you saw me put back on the machine. It's because I covered up all the holes. But I had one hole open and didn't realize it.
Huh.
But it's annoying because I have all these pins in the bottom of my machine now. I gotta make a video of me taking the bottom off so you can see me take them out.
Jackie wants to know what machine you're using.
I have a Janome 6700P.
I got to turn the fan on here.
My husband's bringing home fans from Denmark. The regular manual that comes with your machine does not talk about things like taking the bottom off your machine or taking or opening up parts of the machine. You don't get that with the regular manual. There is a service manual though, and it's on Janome's website.
Yeah, there's only so much that they want the user to do. Otherwise, they want it to go in. It's like your vehicle, you know.
Yep.
You could learn to change the oil, but anything else, they want you to take it to the dealer.
And I don't know about anybody else, but who can afford a dealer? That's why my dad taught us how to change tires, oil, empty the radiator, replace spark plugs and wires. Back in the day when you had other little minor things you had to do to replace, he taught us how to do those too. You could change a tire. I could probably have changed my brakes, but I didn't like messing with the brakes, so I'd always take it over there to someone who would. What is mom?
Yeah, I have changed my brakes.
They're just a pain in the butt to do.
I've packed my bearings.
There's that. Yep.
I took the heads off and took them into a machine shop and had them redone.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of mechanicing in my day.
Yep. Saves you money when you do that kind of thing. Because some of us can't afford to pay mechanics.
I actually like mechanicking. You know, if I had to do it over again, I would have taken shop when I was in high school. And but that was a real popular thing for girls to do back in my day.
Yeah. I took a shop class in my middle school, and and it was mostly boys in that class. There was one or two of us who were girls, but I was interested in the woodworking part of it, and that's why I signed up for the shop class, because I wanted to learn how to use a band saw.
Bandsaw.
Because my dad didn't own one, and I've seen a lot of people use those band saws for so many things.
I would have liked to learn how to weld too. I think welding would have been
welding back then. Did they offer it back then? When this is the one that's missing.
Not that I know of. I don't know.
I know now they do.
They probably did a little bit in the shop class, you know.
Yeah. While I was in Florida this last time, I went by the high school where I went to high school at. They now have their own welding class building all to itself now. That's something new. And I'm like, that's good. I learned how to do irrigation from my landscape design program that I've got a degree in.
Yeah.
One of the classes you have to take is irrigation, something in irrigation. But anyway,
Right.
you learn how to put it. You learn how to put in a working irrigation based on two scenarios. One scenario is using a water meter because the water pressure is different with a water meter, and then the
Right.
water pressure is different if you're running from a pump. And you have
Yeah.
to be able to make sure that that whole irrigation system runs from the front to the back completely, the whole thing. And
Right.
I had good understanding of the water pressure from a water pump, but the darn water meter, oh, it was so bad. It was, it's like, oh my God, mine's never. And you have, the only way you can pass the course is by passing the final, and the final is designing an irrigation system. And mine was an epic fail, so I failed the class and had to repeat it again. By the time I went through it the second time, I think it was the teacher's fault more than anything because I kept telling him, I, I said, I'm a visual learner and what you're teaching, I don't understand what you're saying.
Right.
And he's like, you're just being hard headed. You're a girl. Girls just don't understand certain things. And to me, that was an insult
Right. Yeah.
because being a visual learner does have its disadvantages. Sometimes you just need to see how something works before you can understand how to do it yourself. But when I did it the second go around, he sent a student to me, I don't know, about 3/4 of the way through, and this student was struggling with the water meter rule. And when I had gotten my design done early enough that when he looked at it, he's like, "Did you cheat on this?" I'm like, "No." So you did all this by yourself? I said, after I went and talked to somebody that actually does irrigation for a living, and he told me what I needed to do, and I went home and I did the math, and voila, it came together.
Yeah.
And I said, it's because he showed me what you were supposed to be teaching us.
Yeah. Not everybody learns the same, obviously, you know?
You can't teach people in a generic fashion and expect
No.
all of them to get it. And and that particular program, that particular class, there's two classes that really kick your butt. Irrigation is one of them, and the other one is soils and fertilizers because there's a ton of math and a lot of algebra is involved in it. Sometimes even the higher level of like the lower level of calculus, you have to learn that too.
Yeah.
And math has never been my strong suit. So, when I had to go through the math portions, I started at the beginning of algebra because you take a test at the college, and if depending on where you score it, depends on where you can actually start, whether you can start a higher level math or not. And I ended up starting from the bottom and working my way up. And when I got to algebra 3, I repeated that class once. And when I got and it's interesting because you discover teachers or instructors. The first instructor that I had when I failed it the first go around, I didn't sign up for his class the second go around. I signed up for someone else because I went up to the college, what are they called? They're like counselors, and you go up when you're struggling, you go up and talk to them and tell them what's going on, and then it's their job to help figure out how to fix it so that you don't fail the class. And I'd already failed the class, so when I went up to talk to her about it, I told her what had happened. She says, "So this is the third class that you failed where you're going to have to repeat." I said, "Yes." And she says, "All of them have mathematics involved in them." I said, "Yeah, they do." So she talked to an instructor, and one of the things that how do I put this? The problem is when you would take an exam, these kids would just rush through these exams and walk out the door. And when the hour was up, I would never be finished with mine. I never finished an exam ever. And so that was one of the problems. The other problem is because I'm a visual learner, certain numbers I couldn't see inside my head, mainly odd numbers or prime numbers. And so she set me up with a different instructor, and we had a meeting with the instructor. And so the deal was made that when I tested, I was put in what they call a learning lab with a proctor, and I could take all the time I wanted to take an exam. I didn't have a set time to get it done. That helped. And I also signed up for personal one-on-one tutoring. And between the tutoring and the extra time to take my exams, I ended up with a B in the math class. So then when I went to pre-calculus, I ended up repeating pre-calc also. Because you have to have these classes for things like soils and fertilizer, because you're creating a formula of how much fertilizer you're going to spread over how many acres of land or however many feet of land, and you got to learn how to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, I need to back up here. Andrew says, I am going to go back to working on my website. I will not be able to watch the captions, so I will say goodbye now. Have a great day, Andrea. Take us out sometime and show you how you plant something. Yeah, is that to me, Myra, or someone else? And Kathy says, I feel you. I had to take calculus twice in my undergrad. Know how many times I used it in my profession? 0. Calculus, parts of calculus was fine, but as soon as we came into one of these big, long equations where it was all prime numbers, it would literally knock me out. I'm just like, I can't do this. It's because you have to factor it down, and I couldn't figure out how to factor prime numbers down, especially when they're like, use a big huge factor or a prime number that's like 1,000 or in the hundreds, and you have it stuck right in the middle of an equation, and it's like, I don't know how to do this. I don't understand.
Yeah, I never took calculus, so.
Yeah, well, I had to, because I was working on 2 different degrees at the same time, and I wanted to transfer to the University of Florida as a 3rd-year student. So, and pre-calc is the highest level math I needed to become, just to test into a 3rd-year position as in the science department, along with I was going to you do a minor and a major when you're at the university. So my major was going to be science, and my minor was going to be environmental horticulture. But then my husband did what he did, and that all got put to a screeching halt. So I had my 2 degrees, but I never made it to the University of Florida because, he died. All the funds that was paying for all of that stopped, and I had to give up on my dream.
Well, that's too bad. Gee whiz.
I really wanted to teach horticulture to kids, because it's so important. It's still important. Everybody should know how to grow, and if they're smart, they can start learning now, because our world is weird right now, but everyone should be able to know how to grow food.
Yeah,
and do it without damaging the environment. Because everything we do to our planet affects everything else.
Nancy says, Teresa, there was lint in the feed dogs.
There you go. Yeah, if it don't seem like your feed dogs are doing what they're supposed to, check that for lint, because it does hamper it moving. I'm glad you figured it out.
Yeah, I'm glad that worked. Yay!
That's 1 point for the winning team, right?
Yeah.
Frank says, I put in a red maple 10 years ago and it still gets 2 colors, green and none. What do you mean none? It doesn't turn red in the fall, or does it turn yellow in the fall? And by the way, you want to know what the Latin name of that red maple is? It's Acer rubrum, and I'll spell it in the channel.
Katie, do you grow your own vegetables in Greenland?
The last 2 years I haven't done any gardening, but before then I was growing mustard greens, broccoli, lettuce, collard greens, potatoes. Did I say carrots? And
Carrots?
carrots. Oh, and potatoes. Yeah.
A lot of cool weather plants.
Yeah. Stuff
Yeah.
that you and I, if you lived in other states, you would grow in the fall or winter. My mother always
Right.
planted mustard greens and collard greens in the fall because as soon as the first frost hit, they would be, big, pretty good size by then. And
Yeah.
there's something about the frost making the greens taste better.
Huh.
Is the tree getting enough water, Frank? Y'all, excuse me for 1 minute. Can you like help for a minute, Teresa? I have to run to the bathroom.
Okay. I wonder if I'm behind here. Come on, Mousy, where you at? Huh. Okay, this page is not responding. That would be why my mouse is not working. What is what, Jody? Sorry. I don't know if you're talking to us or somebody else. I'm working on a pillowcase and I'm doing the French seams. That's what I'm doing. French seams. So you kind of already did the first seam and now I'm doing the second one and kind of have to roll that seam. So that's what I'm kind of working on, making sure all of that seam is in there because it works a lot better when you sew it together. It's been pretty warm here the last couple of days. It's been up in the low 80s. It's super nice. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. But I like it on the warmer side. My husband likes it on the cooler side. He always seems to win, which, that's just not fair, but, whatever. It's all right. I told him the next place that we move to, because there is going to be at least one more move in our future. I get to pick where that is going to be. Oh, right? Yep, my computer is way behind. Let me see. There. Might be caught up. My chat isn't moving. Are you guys still there? I'm just drinking iced tea. These bottles, it's a Go bottle. It's got a straw in it, and this part lifts up, and then it's connected to that straw, and you can just. I love taking these bottles on our day trips because that also has this little loop right here, and I can actually clip it on to like my belt buckle there and pack it around when I'm walking, and then I can always have something to sip on. So yeah, these are great. And they're pretty heavy duty, and they're that HABA-free plastic. Yes, you are. Oh, good. I like it about 70, about 75. That, outside. That's a great temperature. In the house, I probably let it get about 72, 73 before I start thinking I need to turn the fan on or something. Slowing down a bit. Okay. That's all right, Jody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? How are you feeling, Nancy? How's your husband? And they are supposed to drop leaves in the winter. Okay. And how's Robin doing? Just right. Great. Laura Laura says, my husband said I need to live in a mall where it is always climate controlled. I like that. I'm either hot or cold, but never just right. That's funny. Well, you're like the seasons. Tell him that. You're like the seasons, you know, which is good. Don't want to be the same all the time. 70 to 75 is good for me too. That's, says Jody. All right, so I'm going to get to sewing on this next seam here. The French seam. And I'm going to skip this where where all the fabrics come together. I am going to skip over that for now. I need to get a hammer and bang that seam down because it is just way, way, way too much for me to go through.
Sorry about that, you guys.
That's okay, Katie. We
Yes,
were here visiting.
I guess what I ate didn't agree with me.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Mm,
I don't like it when that happens.
It's annoying.
That happened to me the other day on the way to Coeur d'Alene, which is a, 6-hour drive. And oh my God, my stomach was hurting so bad. It was
And you don't
terrible.
want me. Yeah, it's a pain when it happens.
I'd rather be home than on the road.
Yep, I so agree with you on that one.
Because out here you have to go, pull over at that tree.
Yep. It's like when I fly, I try my best to do all of my business before I get on a plane, because I really hate using those itty bitty bathrooms. But some on a long haul flight, there's no way to avoid it. You have to use it.
Yeah,
Can't go no 9 to 11 hours without using, especially when they're keeping you hydrated.
right.
That's one thing these airlines do on long hauls is they make sure that you're drinking enough.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
I didn't know this, but I guess you could, if you don't drink the whole time you're in the air, you could get dehydrated.
I'll be darned. I didn't know that either.
So I was going to put another LED light on my machine, you know, where you self-mount it. But the LED light didn't come with any mounting things you know, the sticky things that you use to mount the light up underneath the neck of your machine. It didn't come with any. So it's like, great. So I have lights I can't use because I don't have sticky pads. Because I wanted to add another light to my machine. Somebody's texting me.
I have the long strip light under my right here under the neck, and I need to plug that one in too.
Yeah, I need to find. I need to. I'm going to remind Nikolai that he needs to go to the electronics store to find me another surge protector that has more than one USB port on it. Because here in with the sewing area, if you use the USB for an extra light on the machine, you got that one. And then I'm using a USB port for my phone because, you know, when you're online, when you're live for more than an hour, the battery will die. So I keep it plugged in the whole time. So there's all these USB, my keyboard's USB, my mouse is USB. It's endless with USB plugins.
Yeah, that's me too. I got tons of USB plugs.
Mm-hmm. Wait, somebody just asked a question about a PMQ. Wait a minute.
Jody, I have never done a legit kit pattern. That tiger that I did was Violet Craft. And there are a couple of more that I would like to do. Like would like to do that elephant for sure. And then as far as legit kit goes, I wouldn't mind doing like the turtle and the hummingbird. Those are a couple I would like to do.
Yeah, my legit kit's still sitting in the box. I'm not ready to start it yet because I'm scared of it. Plus, I need to get some kind of file system to put it all in. But I am definitely afraid of it. Because I don't want to mess it up because that's an expensive kit.
Yeah.
But I know my husband will love it if and when I get it done. I wonder if he's still in the channel or if he's gone to bed. He's with his sister right now, and I'm happy about that.
Oh.
And his sister, he only has, well, actually, that's not true. He has 3 sisters now. But his sister, the one that him and her share the same mother, just different dads.
Yeah.
She, you know, you probably remember hearing about her losing one of the twins back in December. He was 19 years old and he got hit by a car. He died on Christmas morning.
Oh, that is
she's been struggling. They all been struggling, and so Nikolai, since he's in Denmark with the ship, he's been trying to get over there and spend some time with her. Because you know, I realized when we saw them last, we you know, when I went to Denmark with Nikolai when he was doing the education, we went to see his sister and the family, and we were with all them boys because she has 5 boys and 1 girl. And the boys are, I don't know how to say that, they are so exceptionally polite and well-mannered. I mean, it just amazes me the way they all act. And I realized that we didn't take any pictures of us together with them. And that was the last time that me and Nikolai saw the one twin. The other one's doing all right. The other one's, he's okay, but I'm sure he's not handling the loss of his twin either, but she's really having a hard time. And so Nikolai's trying to, you know, spend time with her and comfort her while he's there. Okay, which do I have? Joy T, I have Ursula Major, which means it's the mama polar bear with the baby polar bear. Laura says, my husband is actually my worst enabler. He always tells me if I like it to get it. I oftentimes find myself reining him in. Frank, where did you plant it at?
Oh, wow, you've been on a while. Are you okay?
Is who okay?
Are you okay? You've been on a while on the live.
Oh, what time is it?
Are you okay to keep going?
Actually, we should stop. We're past the 3 hour mark. Oh my gosh. Wow. Do you want to stay in? Do you want to stay in sew or you want to go?
I'm gonna keep, I'll be up here sewing, so if you want to stay and sew, I'll stay with you.
Okay. You want to ask the group too, see if they want to stay?
Well, if they
Guys-
don't, I guess if they don't want to stay, they'll leave.
Go up and leave anyway. That's right. You got a point there. You are right on that. Weird. Okay.
And
So
other
we'll
people
keep-
come in, people
Yep.
come in, people leave.
Okay, we'll just keep sewing until one of us
It's
gets.
up, it's up to you.
Yep, I'm willing to do that because if I can get all these sewn together, that's an accomplishment. I just need
Yeah,
to go. Let me go press.
I want to get that other fabric cut up for the next
Yep,
pillow thing.
sounds like a good
Yeah.
plan to me.
All right, so this one is done. So now I have 2 pillowcases.
I think, after I made that first pillowcase, which is the only one I've made so far, I couldn't believe how easy it was.
Oh, I know, they're really easy.
And I'm like, I should take all the fabric that I don't know what to do with and turn them into pillowcases.
Yeah.
Because I have some that I don't know what to do with them.
Um,
And there's enough of it that I probably could actually make several pillowcases. And it's good cotton on top of it. Yeah, I know what you want. You'll get it soon. It's not 10 o'clock
yeah,
yet.
I love this fabric and I cannot wait to get this on the bed. It'll be
Sure
so
looks
cool.
good. All right, look, I'm going to be pressing these, so I'll be here for a minute or two. Probably longer.
So pretty.
It is pretty. It looks
It is
great.
pretty. Pretty. I wish I had enough of this fabric to make 2 more, so I'd have 4 altogether, but
Yeah.
I don't think I do though. Let's see. Oh, I could probably make, I bet I could make a couple out of the panels.
Yeah, you might could.
That would
Frank
look
said-
okay.
I don't know if you saw what Frank said, but Frank says, you girls amaze me how you can sew and keep up with the chat for hours. Hey, when you raise kids, you become the multitasker of the year.
Thanks,
Right?
Nancy. Yeah. And I think between the 2 of us, Katie and I are doing pretty good. Trying to keep up with everybody.
Yep. It seems, I don't know, what do you think, Teresa, about this? Do you find it easier to do a live with someone where both of you are watching the chat, or do you find it easier to do it by yourself? Or does it matter to you?
Well, I like doing a chat together because you have somebody to visit with and you're not just listening to yourself talk is basically. Sometimes over on my channel, I can't keep up with the chat. And I try not to read the ones that people are talking to each other, I try to skip those, but I try to catch the ones where they're asking me a question or they are doing a comment. that they want me to see. But I will tell you that I'm more prone to reading a comment if it's short. If it's really long, then I just kind of scan it. And if I see something important in it, then I might go ahead and read it. But it's a lot easier when they're a little bit shorter, not so long.
Yep.
But I don't know if I answered that question, but yeah, either way is good.
Yeah, it
But
sounds like you like both ways, but it also sounds like you enjoy doing it with someone.
yeah, I enjoy having somebody on with me. It's a lot of fun, and
I feel like that when I do them with some, and I know y'all see me doing it a lot lately of sewing with other people. I'm doing it for two reasons. One reason is I really, really enjoy the back and forth between us. Because like you said, when it's just you, you're talking to the air. Even though y'all are hearing what we're saying, but we don't get the beauty of seeing your face while you're holding conversation in the chat, so we don't see body language, so we don't necessarily see that. But when we are together, we're both talking together, but we're also talking to you guys, and it helps keep the dead space out of the lives too, if you ask me. You don't have near the dead space. And the other is because I just really enjoy talking to people. As you could tell, I never shut up. I just can't help it. I just like to talk. Maybe because of all the years of being told you're not allowed to talk.
Right.
You're meant to be seen, not heard. Girls are to be seen, not heard. And when you think about that statement, seen but not heard, that is such a terrible mindset to be teaching your daughters.
Yes, it is.
Because you want your daughters to be able to stand up for themselves, not be browbeat down, Okay, so I got two. So this is what this one part of this block is going to look like. So I've got two done. I'm about to finish adding to the rest of it. So this is what it looks like, the three pieces sewn together.
Oh, nice.
It looks like we're going to have some kind of border thing going on in this pattern. Okay, so let me get the other bottoms sewn onto the other ones. Get them over here where I can get at them. Make sure I don't mess up. All right, now we're going to put the pink on the bottom. This fabric is so pretty, Teresa. It's all batik. And I've never seen batik where it had letters on it, words on it.
Oh, yeah? Oh, me neither.
Ever. I want to know what fabric line it is because it's beautiful. There it is. Can you see it? On the small camera?
I'll have to wait 1, 2, 3, 8 seconds or whatever it is. Oh, yeah. Is that, and that's breast cancer.
Yeah, that's what this whole book is about, is survivors of breast cancer.
Oh, cool.
Frank, if you put a heart in front of anything that you want to direct to either me or Teresa, as a question or whatever, put a heart in it because I will see it faster than if you don't. Mm-hmm. I need to put that. I guess I should put that up in the little announcement box. Please put a heart in front of your question. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't.
Yeah, if you don't know how to do a tag, which is the @ and the person's YouTube name, the whole thing, the way you see it.
Yeah.
If you do that, then we will see it light up in orange. You won't see it, but we will.
Yeah, it's like, okay, if I put @Frank, wait a minute, I'll show you what it looks like for Frank. Now, Frank, you're going to see this, but no one else will see it. Hang on a minute.
But Some people have
See
a
how,
hard time doing that if you're using a cell
yeah.
phone or a laptop. So I have been over on my channel is just saying, put a heart and then put your comment.
Yeah. Just put a
Yep.
heart in front of it and I'll see it.
Yep.
I mean, you can highlight my name if you want to and do it like that, because I definitely will see that also. But if you want everybody to see the question, put the heart in front of it, and then they'll realize, oh, this is a question.
Right.
It was something I've been trying to remember to tell you guys at the beginning of each of the lives, because I definitely will miss comments if you don't. And it's just because we're trying to hold a conversation, sew at the same time, and follow the chat at the same time. And it's really easy to accidentally overlook a comment someone made. Really
Yeah.
easy. And then I don't know about Teresa, but I don't want anyone going away from my live with their feelings hurt because it looked like I ignored them when I wasn't. So yeah, and so
Right.
I'm really there's two things I'm really been working hard on. One is seeing everything you guys say and answering them, and two is when I have guests, not to interrupt the guests so much. Because you know how I know I'm doing it? I go back after a live. I'll either do it tonight or I'll do it tomorrow. I'll go back and watch the replay. And the reason I watch my replays to see where I can tweak what I'm doing to be better at it. And one of the biggest things I notice I do is like and I'll use you an example. Teresa's going to hold up something to show to us, and I hear her saying she's going to show something to us, and I might be sitting here doing this. I'm pinning, and then when I look up, she's already shown it, or she stopped showing it because I wasn't paying attention. And that's something I need to be better at doing, is noticing when someone puts something up there to show us, you're not just showing it to them, you're showing it to me. And if I'm looking somewhere else, I'm not seeing what you're holding up. And that's
Right.
bad manners. Or I think it's bad manners. I don't mean to do it, but it's one of the things I need to be better at, make better.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Because I know I do it, because you're not the only one I've done it to. I've done it to you. I've done it to Shonda a couple of times, and I don't mean to do it. And I feel bad after watching the video, and I'm like, gosh, I just ran right over the top of her. And the idea is to have conversation, not hold it all on one end.
Well, and that's kind of how a conversation is. Like if you and I were sitting, you know, here sewing together and not on the computer, um, sometimes when you look at something that I'm holding up, it may be delayed before you finally look up because
Yeah.
you're busy doing something and you want to look away when it's convenient for you to look away, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
And
because you
I
don't
always
want
want, I know, yeah, exactly. And I always wonder, like from your end, when one of us does that to you, does that make you, do you notice it, or does it make, because I wonder if I hurt your feelings by accidentally doing that when I don't realize I've done that until I've
to,
watched the replay.
no, it doesn't hurt my feelings because I'm showing everybody in the audience too. And if it's something I really, really, really want you to see, I'll go, Katie, look, or something. I'll
Okay.
get your attention before I put it down, you know.
Okay.
So
Okay.
no, I don't think, God, you don't even want to see it, No, I don't do that.
No, because I worry about, those are little things that for whatever reason I worry about doing, like, did
Yeah.
I over talk the person, or did I talk over them when they were trying to show something? And then when you watch a replay and you're like, oh my God, I did exactly what I worry about doing. It's like,
Well, sometimes when you're talking, I'll start putting whatever together. And then all of a sudden my mind is just thinking about what I'm doing and I'm no longer listening to you.
yeah,
And then you'll say something, I'll go, huh? What? Because I quit listening because I was thinking about something
yeah.
else. So I feel bad about doing that.
Well, I'm glad, I'm not the only one then. And Laura says, I try to remember y'all have a delay from the actual chat. Yeah, we do. Sometimes
Yeah.
it gets, and Teresa will tell you the same thing, I bet. sometimes it's scary when you're sitting there and you're sewing and you're talking and the chat, nothing's happening in the chat. The chat's like stuck.
Yeah.
It's, you know, nothing's happening. Who's iron, Nancy?
Well, your whatever beep was beeping.
No, it's not off. What it does is, first of all, I don't know how to turn that beep off. Secondly, one beep means you need to let it sit on the thing to get totally hot. It'll give you, but it gives you this flashing green light. But it also, let me bring it over here so you can see this thing. Can you see the light flashing on here?
Yeah. Yep.
So when I'm not pressing or ironing, you'll see this flashing red. And after a certain period of time, then you hear it beep. And I think the beep is saying, if you don't come use me, I'm going to put you in sleep mode, because I found the iron cold a couple of times. It'll go like,
okay.
But I don't know how to turn that noise off.
Okay.
But now watch, I just picked it up and put it back down. You see now it's flashing green. Now watch what happens. You wait for it to turn solid. I've figured that out. See how it just stopped? Now
Yeah.
it's green. It's saying the iron's ready.
Oh, okay.
And
Cool.
when you take it back off and I put it back on, see how it's flashing again?
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as it turns solid, it means it's heated the iron all the way up. And I can actually feel the heat underneath it because it's doing that right now.
And so what kind of iron is that? What brand?
It's called a Tefal Free Move Air.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I've seen those. That's pretty. It kind of looks like a boat.
Yeah, it does look a lot like a boat. And it's just like this. It has this kind of plate on it. Yeah. There is a water thing in it, but I've never put water in it because the last iron I had, I was putting water in it because I like to use steam actually. And but for whatever reason, every so often I would have black stuff coming out of that iron. Oh, so it must not like the water here.
That's not good.
Yeah. But yeah, if I could figure out how to turn that beeping noise off so it's not so distracting, I definitely would do that.
Yeah, I would too.
I don't type that fast because most of the time I am watching and working from my phone. I don't, just transparency here, I don't watch any lives on my phone. None. In fact, I don't watch videos at all on my phone because of my eyes. The screen's too small. It's too hard. I can't stay focused on it, but a lot of my stuff I'll either watch on my laptop or I'll put it on the TV because I have YouTube on my TV, and I'll watch all of y'all's lives over on my TV because I love doing that. Now, when it's a live, what I do is I turn the TV on and mute the TV, but I leave the sound on my laptop, and because I'll be typing in the chat. On the TV, I can't type on the chat. I could if if me and Nikolai hooked up the things that needs to be hooked up to it to do that, but I don't see the need to do that when I can do it sitting with my laptop in my lap.
Right. Huh. I pretty much watch all of my watch all of the lives with my phone.
I find it extraordinary so many do. Nancy says, at first I thought it was a smoke alarm. Yeah, some people thought it was a smoke alarm. Others thought it was a CO2 alarm. Hi, Shelby. Nice to see you here. And yeah, so right now I have my smoke alarms off because every time I cook in the kitchen, it sets this one off, and this one that's in here will blast your eardrums out. It's so loud. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy how loud it is. And it when it goes off, it's like, oh, gotta hurry up, turn it off. It's hurting my ears. And it makes the dogs start howling. Because I'm assuming it hurts their ears. Yeah,
my dogs run and hide when the smoke alarm starts beeping. They do not like that loud noise at all.
No, it's because it's deafening. I know that it has to be deafening to get you out of bed if you're sleeping when there's a fire. I can understand that. But I don't think that my dogs would not do anything because the littlest one, she's very vocal about everything, and I think she would let her and Coda would let me know if something was wrong. Because people just have to walk by our house and they bark.
Right.
Frank says you may not be able to shut the noise off. That's possible. Hey, Nikolai, somebody said hi to Nikolai. Oh, there you are. Hey, babe. Oh, what was I going to ask? Hey, honey, when are you going to the electronics store? I have another thing to add to your list to look for.
Hello,
They
Matt.
Shelby, how are you? You're doing chores so late in the day? Kathy says, Dr. Kathy says, our Pomeranian is the same way with smoke alarms. The other ones couldn't be bothered. It's
Hello,
like when,
Dr. Kathy. Whoops, sorry.
no, it's okay. When fireworks are being shot off, my dogs sit at the door and bark. Both of them. And I don't let Coda out because I think Coda would really run down the road to look for whoever's shooting them off.
Yeah.
Because he really doesn't like them at all. I think they can smell the gunpowder because sometimes when a lot of them get shot off, you can smell it even down here in where I'm at. What are you up to? What are you thinking about doing, Miss Mischievous? You want to say hey to everybody? Let me bring you up here so you can say hi. Hey, everybody. Hey,
Hi,
everybody.
Hello, puppy.
Her name is Nora.
Hello, Nora.
Katie, they have a USB port with 4 USB ports in it. What does Nancy? Oh, nothing interrupts their sleep. What was that? Ah, Nora has some thingies, you guys. Now you're hearing Coda because she's teasing him. Hey, enough. He's like, I want to come say hi too, but I don't want him dropping hair all over my fabric.
Have those dogs eaten yet?
No.
Well,
it's 10 o'clock. It's about to be, yeah, it's 10:30. Oh, it's about to be 10 o'clock. Be right back. I'm going to go give them food. Should I mute this so that you can't hear the noise that they're about to make? Because when I'm making food, they get really vocal.
Yeah, go ahead and mute it.
Yeah, because it's going to get loud in here for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Let me mute
That's
myself.
fine.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Laura says, I have a rescue dog and the fireworks make her nervous. She has heavy duty meds to get through them. Oh, wow, Laura. Yeah, my dogs don't like fireworks either. It is an external USB port. Yeah, I think that's what it was. But I can't remember 100% positive, so you'll probably have to wait till Katie comes back. She can answer that for you. Okay, so this is going to be the front of the next standard size pillow. It has these pretty designs, and this fabric, this panel matches that fabric that I just did the other pillowcases with. And there's this one and this one. Then I'm going to leave these cut together so they're that long. Then I'm going to cut out some of this. This is the same fabric line in gray. And I think I'm going to do, I don't know, 2 inches. I think I might have enough of this one to do 2 inches and do a border around that. And I'm just going to keep adding borders until I get this panel front of the pillowcase the size I need it to be. That is kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, so right off the bat, the only problem with doing that with a standard pillowcase is that you're going to have all those seams inside of the pillowcase, right? And they're going to be rubbing on the pillow itself. So you're going to get a lot of threads. So one way I would possibly fix that is just make this pillow shams and then quilt it like you do a quilt, right? So then you would have a backing on and batting. So that would help protect those seams. The other thing I could do is just put a piece of muslin on the back, and then without any batting, and then stitch it on like you're doing quilting, but straight lines is what I would do. And then the inside of your pillow would be protected from that muslin. And then you would still have another back. You know, do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? So trying to think of ways to protect the inside of the pillowcase so you don't get all those threads, and pretty soon, you know, your seams are gonna come apart and all that, especially if it has a lot of use. So, all right, so I think I'll just do the pillow shams and try to find something else for pillowcases because I don't have enough of this fabric to do 2 standard size pillowcases. And this fabric came out in, I think it was 2022. I could look it up and see if it's still available and buy some more. That would be awesome, like to get some more of this.
That's pretty.
Yeah. Yay, Katie fed the dogs. All done.
Yeah, you should have heard them
Oh,
about
yeah.
minutes ago. All the ruckus they were raising. They get really vocal when I'm making their food. Coda didn't used to be loud like that. I think he learned that from her.
Math geek. Not to mention the seams that marks your face when you sleep.
The pillowcase I made was for a really long pillow that I sleep with between my legs. And I was just guessing on the size of the pillowcase to make for it. And it came out okay. I couldn't believe how easy it was to make it. All
Wow.
these years I've been putting it off thinking it was too hard to do. And then I discover it's not so hard after all. By the way, you guys, if any of you haven't subscribed to Teresa's channel, please go over there and do that for us.
Yes, please.
The link.
Thank you very much.
You're
It
welcome.
looks like Dr. Kathy left. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye,
she just
Kathy.
left. Hey, Susan.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if this is the first time you've come or not. Okay. we're about to get this last bottom done, and then I can press all of them, and then I'll have 8 of those. I don't know why I stopped. That was not good. No one's seen Patty today? Does she have to come on into the live? She usually comes. Hi, guys. Hi, Brenda. Just got home and tuned in. Good to see you. Katie, that USB port is a external USB port. It looks like a block with 4 U. Oh, okay. I'll check into it, Nancy. Be right back.
I'm back.
Teresa, I have to go back to the little girl's room again.
Okay. Hi, Jean. Happy to see ya. Hi, Brenda. Thanks for tuning in. I'm not sure if she read that, Nancy, but I'll try and mention it to her when she gets back about the USB port thing. Hi, Susan. Did I miss any? Oh, hi, Sarah. I don't think I said hello to Sarah. Okay, Laura's up. Yeah, I could do a zigzag stitch if I got my other machine out because the one I'm using is straight stitch only. And I don't have a serger, so yeah, I could do a zigzag stitch. That's true. I didn't even think about that. So thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, my dogs don't like thunder and lightning either, Robin. That's for sure. Hi, Candace. Yeah, Katie was starving those babies. But you notice I got on that, right? Because I know Katie just forgets. She's having so much fun. Okay. Oh, she read it? Okay. Thanks, Nancy. Finally, yesterday I finished long arm quilting my granddaughter's graduation quilt. Now I just have to find it a label. Awesome. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you are putting a label on those. Yes, always, always, always label your projects, especially the ones you're giving them out to, because I have some, I think 3 old quilts that Brandon's great grandmother made. So they were like back in the 30s. And one was for his mom, one was for his uncle and one was for his other uncle, all in the same family. And none of them have labels on them. So I was thinking about at least either putting a label on there or writing with the historical pins, at least the person's name who made it. Because I don't know whose quilt was whose anymore. I may have known at some time, but that memory has gone. But I am thinking about at least putting the person's name on there that made it, and then a rough estimate of the year it was made. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't want to ruin the quilts, but someday, I'm not going to be here anymore to say whose it is and where it needs to go and all that stuff. I have never, oh, I was going to say I've never purchased a quilt, but that's not true. I bought a quilt from a person who made the quilt, back in probably 92, 93, around there. It was a beautiful quilt. I didn't know anything about quilting back then. I've only been quilting for 7, 8 years, so I knew nothing about that. So I have no idea who it was that I bought it from. In fact, I can't even remember if it had a label on it. But it was a big star, where they have all those angled pieces in the star. I can't remember what that's called, but anyway, it was a beautiful quilt. It was humongous. And I
So
ended up giving that to my sister, so I'm going to have to ask her if she still has that. But no, I don't. I don't think I've ever bought a quilt from a thrift store or anything like that. Have you, Katie?
say that again.
Have you ever bought a quilt from somebody else or from like a thrift store?
No, but the next time I go to the US, I am going to visit thrift stores since I hear all the time about people picking up cool little quilts.
Yeah, I've looked for quilts at a thrift store, but I so far I haven't found any.
Yeah, next time I'm in Copenhagen, I'm also, we I don't remember which time it was I was in Copenhagen, but I was with Nikolai. Um, we went to the shop where I bought the Janome from, and across the road was two antique stores, and in windows were sitting Singer featherweights, the old ones. And I could kick myself for not going over there and actually go in the store and see how much they wanted for one. So I thought the next time I was in Copenhagen, I'd mill around it to their like secondhand stores and see if they had things like quilts and you know. But I've heard about people doing that. Somebody, I'm trying to remember who it was. They got one recently, and they just had to reset the binding around it or something, and you could tell the quilt had been loved. Hi, Captain Stitches. I don't know what your name is.
Her name is Jean.
Jean. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Jean. These blocks are coming out pretty good, guys. I just need to press them and.
Yeah, I have quite a few different types of labels. Like I bought a panel that has all kinds of labels, and you cut them out. And then I put fusible webbing on the back of them and then iron them onto the quilt. But then I also hand stitch around the label just to make sure it's, not going to come off later on. The other thing I started doing, if I have it and when I remember, is I keep a small part of my salvage that has the um, fabric name. I don't necessarily I don't keep the whole thing that has the maker and all that stuff on it. I just what the fabric name was called. Like that one quilt I did, that fabric was called Songbird. And so I took some of that salvage and I fixed it. And then I sewed it into when I was doing my binding. And so it'll always have that on there. It says Songbird, which I think is really cool,
Yep.
So if you have really cool looking salvages, which we do nowadays, that I think that's a pretty neat thing to do.
Yep.
And I don't always give the quilt a name. So I might not name the quilt and put that on the label, but I at least put my name, the year I finished it, not the year I started it, and the state I was living in at the time,
And
Idaho.
that hadn't occurred to me to put the state on it.
I don't know why I put the state on there, but I do,
It's actually a cool idea. Somebody must be shooting fireworks. Or they're walking by the house lawn. Do you know it has rained for 3 days now? And it's
Really?
Yeah, and it hasn't stopped. I think our lake is going to flood because of it. Because when you walk out the door to take the dogs to the bathroom, I can hear water running. I mean, there's roaring water going down the side of the mountain. And when you look at the mountain, you see these wet spots, and you can tell it's a waterfall. And it's coming from the top of the mountain. So it won't surprise me if I don't see water up around the area that normally I would take the dogs. It's our little spot that we like to go to. And it wouldn't surprise me if that doesn't end up underwater. I don't know that it'll ever flood up where we all live because I'm up higher than the lake, but I'm lower than the mountain.
Laura Sup, how would you label the quilt if you didn't know who the maker is? Like what would you put on there? Where you bought it and that kind of thing, when you bought it? I suppose you could do that. Or if you have more information on it, like when you think it was made, that kind of thing. Otherwise, I don't know. Another person you could ask about antique quilts and quilts that you buy from thrift stores and stuff like that is Chris O'Neill from, is it Chris O'Neill? I think it is.
I don't know who Chris O'Neill is.
Gosh, what's her channel name?
Maybe they know who you're talking about because I don't.
I forgot her channel name. Yes, Chris. I'd have to go look. Dang it.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah, I hate it. It's right.
Yeah, you can't get
It's right there, but it won't come out here.
Yep. Yep, somebody's shooting off fireworks. I can hear it now. That's what they were barking at. Nora's being paid though. She's not barking. Good. No barking. This time of the year, all the way to like September, they have confirmations and stuff, and they're shooting. To me, it's a waste of money shooting fireworks in broad daylight. Not to mention it's hard on my dog.
Yes, Math Geek, Chris from Sew the Distance. Thank you. I knew one of you would help me out with that. I was sitting there waiting, watching the chat, waiting for somebody to write that down for me. Anyway, she does a lot of information on vintage quilts and stuff, so she'd be a good one to ask.
I did not know that. Okay, you guys, I've got 8 of these made.
Wow, you're doing good.
Yep. So now I've got the next section to do, and then the section will, there's another section, and then it'll be added to this, and then they'll be done for this clue. So let's go ahead and get the other part sewn together. And
You
how's
have
everybody doing on this long live? Let me know how you're doing. And if
you
get
have
tired,
gotten
and if
more
you get
done
tired,
than me.
yeah, we're getting a lot done. And if you get tired, Teresa, let me know.
Let's see. That's not too bad.
All right, now let's start this next section.
I am going to cut some fabric.
All right.
Yeah, Laura, yeah, you could label it where you purchased it and when. I don't see why there's no problem doing that. You can also, instead of actually making a label and writing it on there and then sewing it onto there, you could also use those marking pens that are for archive fabric, so they're acid free. Let me show you the ones I have, if I can find them.
Oh, be quiet, young lady.
I got these on Amazon, and there are 16 different pens and 13 different colors.
Oh, cool.
And they're micro line archival ink, high quality.
Oh, it's like this, right?
Yeah.
Those look
Yeah.
like gel pens, are they? Oh,
Huh?
I can see it. I see it. It's just the plastic makes it look different.
Yeah. They're the same as what you have right there, Katie.
Yeah, because I picked one up while I was in the US. I didn't know you could buy them in a pack like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you don't want to always use black or
No,
brown. Sometimes you want to use pink or
yeah,
purple.
or make it rainbowy.
Yeah.
Rainbows are the thing these days. Happy colors. You need to make a picture, Teresa.
What?
You need to make a picture.
Picture of what?
You.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I can have it for a thumbnail. Gotta give you credit for being on here, you know.
You just put my name on there.
Okay. Teresa comes for a visit.
There you go. Okay,
And
one,
there's gotta be
two,
a catchier
three.
phrase than that. What kind of phrase could we come up with about you coming?
Next time, first thing in the morning after I do my hair and all that, I'll have Brandon take a picture of me, and then I can send it to you.
Yay, that would be wonderful.
Now, I don't know when that is going to be.
How many lives have you done with me and your picture's not been on not one of them? And I'm like, I hope nobody thinks I'm deliberately doing that.
Oh, I just did the wrong size. Oh, gosh.
Oh no.
That's okay. Okay. What is half of? That's okay. I'll figure it out. Let's see. Would be 1.75. No. Okay. Where's my pencil? I got to do some math.
Laura says, I have a quilt from the 1930s that needs binding. I had it for years. It is all hand stitched and I just need to do the binding. It is a double wedding ring. Thank you, Teresa. I am going to get more pins now. And then, what did you say Captain Stitch's name was again?
Jean.
Jean says, I also add information under the binding in case the quilt is ever stolen or lost. Hey, that's interesting. I would have never thought of that.
That's a good idea.
Yep, a hidden bit of information.
Okay, 1 3/4. That'll work.
Laura says, I have a machine and I have a embroidery machine, so I usually embroider all of my quilt labels. I want somebody to make me some quilt labels using their machine.
That is a good idea.
Yep. That label will last forever being made from thread.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I will do some of it in hand embroidery. And it depends on what I feel like doing, you know.
Yep. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me.
Oh, I was talking about labels. So yeah, I have the panel that has the label. And then I have a book that we got from the Sew Sampler box that are iron-on labels. And then I have just those little labels also that we got from the Sew Sampler boxes. And some of them are, you know, they're just little labels and you sew it into the binding and they'll say homemade or handmade or made with love and that kind of thing.
Yep.
So I try to remember to use those now and then too. And those kind of labels are what I figure, I look at those as being like extra. I would still do a regular label with a name and stuff on it.
Okay. These took apart. Nora is snoring.
Yeah.
Yep, she's underneath the desk snoring.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think it'll be picked up because it's not that loud. But it's funny when I hear her do that. Sometimes I can hear when they're both sleeping in the foyer and they're both snoring, it's hilarious. I guess y'all heard that beat, didn't you?
Yep.
So now it's telling me, you haven't used me for a while, so maybe I'll just go to sleep. At least I think that's what that means. Because it'll keep flashing red instead of turning green. Katie, do you know what those big yellow cricket looking bugs are? Yellow? Are you talking about the grasshopper sized ones? Because you can use them for fishing bait. That's what my dad used to do with those enormous grasshoppers. We'd take them catfishing with, use them for catfish fishing. I think it was catfish. It was either catfish or bait bass. One of them. Frank says, laugh out loud, Robin. They are not crickets. They are lovers. The Southeast Marble something Georgia thumpers. Yeah, they're like huge grasshoppers and very colorful. Palmetto bugs are roaches. They are totally different animal. And killing, do they bite? They might if you're playing with them. I've never been bitten by one, and neither has my dad because he knew how to handle them. They might bite, but I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I got bit by a little black ant the other day.
I didn't think black ants had stingers on them.
Me neither.
Maybe
I
it's a
think
different kind of ant.
I think he used his pinchers on me, you know.
No, he could have bitten.
But I'm like, I was just standing there not doing anything, and I was in the bathroom brushing my hair and that kind of thing, and he happened to be in the bathroom, and I looked down, I felt this little pinch, looked down, and there was a black ant. I was like, well, I would have taken you outside and let you go, but since you stung me, I'm going to kill you.
Yep. Didn't realize black ones did that. Frank says they have favorite food of Amarillas. Yeah, grasshoppers like a lot of those kind of things.
No, it wasn't a fire ant. They look like, the big black carpenter ants. They look like those guys, but they're a little bit smaller, and they hang out with the black carpenter ants. So I think they must be
one of their soldiers.
Maybe, I don't know. But anyway,
I've never heard of him doing that, but it's possible.
No,
yeah.
me neither. He was right crawling between my toes. So maybe I smushed him with my toes or squeezed him with my toe or something. I don't know, but it didn't really hurt that bad. It was just a little pinch.
You should see what fire ants do to me and my son.
Yeah, those fire ants are bad.
They create boils on our skin filled with some kind of fluid from being stung. Sometimes both of us would feel sick after getting stung by a few of them. So Benadryl was kept in our house all the time because of that kind of thing.
Bye, Denise.
And I'm allergic to bee stings.
Yeah.
Yep, they make my asthma go bonkers.
So far, I'm not allergic to bees, so I am grateful of that.
Lordy, Laura, I couldn't even imagine catching meningitis. That is nothing to play with.
Okay, what did I do with my?
I had to keep my horses vaccinated against encephalitis and West Nile disease because mosquitoes carry both. And you didn't want to have to put your horse down, especially your racing horse, because you didn't vaccinate properly. And it's the same thing with dogs. In Florida, you need to have them on heartworm prevention because the price of treating heartworm is so pricey, not to mention it's horrible for the dogs because they get injected with cyanide, I think. Something that would kill a human. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna press these.
Okay. Hi, Cleo. Let's see. Oh gosh, Laura, that is terrible.
Yeah, I just couldn't imagine having that. That really does a number on the human body because it can affect your brain. We have these really humongous mosquitoes here. The females are really big. The males aren't, but the females are. But they don't carry disease, which is kind of weird. We don't have fleas or ticks here that bother dogs. The biggest irritation for the dogs is when mosquito season lasts like 6 weeks, I think. And then we get these little midges that come in behind them. And I think the midges were more of a nuisance than the darn mosquitoes are. poor coat is, he has an allergy to being bitten, and his ears are so bad now. It's just crazy the way they look. So this is A, D, and then we're going
We
to
really don't have ticks and fleas up here either.
because it's too cold for it.
Yeah, I think so. But we
Okay.
do get horse flies, black flies, deer flies, and man, those guys bite.
Those horse flies hurt.
Yeah.
And in Florida they have the yellow jacket, yellow. We call them yellow flies, but they're in fly in the same family as the horse fly. And when they
Yeah.
bite you, my whole leg would swell up from a bite from one of those. They must inject your skin with venom or something.
Yeah, those yellow flies, we call those deer flies here.
You know what I'm talking about? They hurt.
Yeah, they all hurt. And those little black flies, man, oh man, they're bad. When I go pick huckleberries in August, they're really bad. And I have to put spray on myself and the dogs. Otherwise, all of us would just get eaten up.
Yep.
And then when we
Lord,
get done up there picking berries, I always stop at the swimming hole and let the girls go swimming and get all that bug spray stuff and everything off of them, you know.
did you go swimming too?
Oh, I put my feet in, but you know, I can't take really cold water like that. It just like,
Mhm.
um, I think it's, because of my fibromyalgia,
Yeah.
it really hurts to if the water is too cold.
I think when you get cold, when you get overly cold and having fibro and all the other pain things, it makes it like 10 times worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've had a couple times here in Greenland where the first time it happened, I fell into me and Nikolai were coming back from the lake, and the lake was covered in ice, but it was also covered in snow. And we thought we were going to take a shortcut, and and Nikolai thought that snow was hard enough to hold my weight because it was, it didn't cave in when he crossed over it, which sometimes it doesn't cave in, and then as soon as I step on it, it does. And I fell through, and I didn't have snow pants on that day, just had regular thermals on, I think. For some reason, I didn't wear snow pants that day. After that, I didn't do that again. But I fell all the way, the snow was all the way up to my shoulders when I fell in.
Oh gosh.
And when it's up that high, you have a bad back like me, you can't hardly move. And he was trying to get me out, and I was getting colder by the minute, and I kept telling, and he could hear my teeth chattering. He says, "I got to get you out of this." And when we got home, um, I was on I was on the bed, and I said, "I can't get warm, honey." And I was literally shaking. I was so cold. He had to crawl in bed with me.
Hypothermia.
Yeah, he had to crawl in bed with me and get up against me, and then cover me with a couple of blankets to get my body temperature back up where it was supposed to be at, because I had gotten cold. It gotten inside of me. So I don't do that anymore. If I'm gonna walk on the snow, we got snow pants on.
Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous way to get cuddles.
I know, right? It's definitely a good way to get some. It wasn't funny at the time, but
Right.
it's happened one other time, and it was just because I got wet, and then I couldn't get warm. So you have to be careful sometimes when you live here in the Arctic, because your body, yes, your body adapts. Mine has adapted, but if you make a mistake and don't wear enough warm clothes, and you think it's warm enough, and then you get stuck somewhere and it gets into your body, it's not a nice feeling what happens.
Right.
because it's, you know, you really can't get warm. And that's why, you know, I know a lot of the population wears jackets, their parkas, like well into May or sometimes June. You'll see they're still using their parkas. Me, I've switched from a parka to a lighter jacket because parka's too hot for me these days. I end up soaking wet when I come home. That's how I got cold the other time. I had my parka on. This was another lesson I had to learn because, you know, someone can tell you not to do it, but not explain why not to do it. But when I'd go to the store, I'd take my parka off. Now, all that body heat that was inside my jacket was making me sweat. In turn, that was making my bra and my shirt wet.
Right.
And then I took the parka off. Now the parka's wet too on the inside. Then when it's time to go back outside, you have wet clothes on, plus you're putting a wet jacket back on, and you get cold. And it's crazy how, yeah, it literally is like, oh my God, I am going to freeze to death in my parka. So, and Nikolai had been telling me, don't take that jacket off. You can unzip it part of the way, but don't take it off. And I didn't understand why. Now I know why. For that very reason. He doesn't wear a heavy parka either. He does wear snow pants sometimes. But now on the boat, they have a suit that they wear the whole time they're working out in the elements. The big one-piece suit that they wear that keeps them dry and warm. Nikolai says they still get cold sometimes, but not like they would if they didn't have all of that. Okay, let's see here. Laura says, thank you, Chloe. Hey, Chloe, I didn't know you were here. Sorry I didn't say hi already. She says, I always tell my kids, adults now, don't mess with me. I'm a tough old lady and I've been through a lot.
Yeah.
Let me see here. What else is on this? Frank is talking about dust will only work in early spring. I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, it must be dusting something to keep bugs off of it. I didn't have a problem with them until the neighbors put bamboo in. Interesting. I missed part of this discussion. They're talking about something.
I think they're talking about spray.
Yeah, I think so too. Spray for something. You know what amazed me is all the bamboo I saw in North Carolina when I went to QuiltCon. I didn't know bamboo grew that far north. But it was everywhere, and it was like 50 feet tall, some of it.
Wow.
They were big screens of it. I mean, like we call them stands. I don't know what they're called in the rest of the United States. But stand means just an entire grouping of one species of something. And they were huge and they were thick. And the other thing I saw blooming early was they had wisteria growing everywhere and flowers were open on them. And that was in February. Normally they don't flower in Florida until, I don't know, March or April.
Wow, that's pretty early.
Yeah. And they were growing wild everywhere up there, along the highway, in the trees. And that's the first time I think I've ever seen wisteria actually growing in the wild.
Actually, there's a breed of wisteria that is wild.
Oh, well, I didn't know that because there's no native wisteria to Florida. That wisteria we have in Florida is from Japan. And that purple wisteria I saw in North Carolina looked a lot like that one that comes from Japan.
The wild wisteria we had in Oregon was mostly white.
Well, all of these that I saw were purple. The white is harder to find. Did you know that Florida has native azaleas?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they grow in the wild. and they have
Oh.
pretty little white flowers on them. And they're deciduous, so in the winter they shed all their leaves. You know, as we both know, most azaleas don't shed. I think rhododendrons are deciduous, though, aren't they?
Guys, I am working on the pillowcases still, but I'm instead of standard pillowcases, I'm just doing kind of pillow shams, and I'm figuring it out as I go. I have no pattern or anything. I know what size I want to get to, and I'll stop sewing when I meet that goal.
Okay, all of these have been made. Now we're going to add those to the blocks already made. So this is what the strip is going to look like. It's going to get added to the block I already showed to you. Oh, look at yours, Teresa. Is that in border?
Yeah, I just put this border on,
Oh, that's so cool.
and those were the 2 panel pieces.
Those are nice.
And Katie's doing the PMQs.
Yep, I'm working on the Tree of Life Hope. And you want to hear an interesting thing about this Hope one? Do you know what the name of the fabric is called? The name of the fabric is called Stronger Together for Hoffman Fabrics.
Oh,
Isn't that cool?
yeah, that's cool.
Oh my God, and I'm all about sewing stronger. You know, you see my thing about stronger sewing together all over my YouTube. Okay, now then, let's get these lined up to where they're supposed to go, the right direction.
Jean, this is the pillowcase that I finished. They're just standard size.
I like that fabric. I want to know what it is. I wonder if you can buy any from Qaqortoq.
I don't know, maybe. It is called Scarlet Stitches and White Linen
Wait a minute, I need to write that down. Let me find a piece of paper.
by Color Principle for Henry Glass.
What was it again? Can you repeat?
Scarlet Stitches and White Linen by Color Principle for Henry Glass. Thank you, Jean, and you're welcome.
I'll go check and see if we can find that either on Missouri Star or
Hi, Alexandria.
Hey, Zaza, how are you? And somebody made a comment about rhododendrons being evergreen. Yep, in Washington, they're evergreen. One of the rhodi species is our state flower. Oh, that's so cool.
Cool. Yeah.
You know what Florida state flower is? Anyone know? I know Frank probably knows, but anyone else know what the state flower for Florida is? And it's sad because they don't have the land coverage of them anymore because of all the freezes we've had in our state. The orange blossom is our state flower.
Oh, nice.
And our state tree is the sable palmetto. It's a palm tree.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Did you know that you could eat the core out of a sable palm?
No, I didn't.
When they're in their juvenile state, you can eat the middle out of them. Now, once you eat the middle out of them, you kill the tree, of course, because that's the bud to the tree.
Right.
See, palm trees' whole makeup is made of leaf stems. Even the trunk is from leaf stems that's hardened over time. And with the sable, it takes a few years before they even get that trunk out of the ground, where you can actually see the crown.
Yeah.
It takes many years to get to that point. But now you're not supposed to be going out in the woods and killing sables to eat them. It's against the law now.
Yeah.
Because Florida went through a period of time where sables were on the verge of being endangered because too many people were eating them or
Right.
cutting them down because they didn't like them or whatever. And they grow wild. I mean, while we were down in South Florida, we went on a we went to a place where they had manatees, and I noticed that there was quite a few of the sable palmettos in there, but I also noticed that there was another one that looked like a sable, but I wasn't sure of its species. And then when I was looking something up online, I'm like, wait a minute, I saw those in the manatee place we went to, and I was right. They were sables. I just didn't know the species of them. The state bird is the mockingbird, Frank.
Bye, Jean. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Captain Stitches says, I need to get back to work now. See y'all again later. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, she has a channel, and she is redoing her whole fabric, going through and redoing everything. She's got a job.
Oh, I know who this is. This is Jean. Let me share her channel with you guys. If you're not subscribed to Jean's channel, now I know who you're talking about. I didn't recognize the channel name. Go figure. She probably thinks I've lost my mind. Here's Captain Stitch's YouTube channel page. If you're not subscribed to her, run over there real quick and share the love. Tomorrow you're doing a live, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So tomorrow, don't forget that tomorrow Teresa has a live. What time does your live start?
2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, and also tomorrow is the Guy Who Sews podcast. Don't forget about that. I'm not sure the exact time he posted it, but I'm sure if you went over there, you would find that out. And if you don't have his channel link, let me post. Let's see if I can make a mess here. The guy, wait, no, I just need to put Sean. And here is Sean's. And then I will put Teresa's up here so you know where to go tomorrow. Okay, yep.
Jean says, laugh out
See,
loud.
Jean's laughing at me because I guess she realized I didn't realize who she was. Oh, sorry, guy. Yep, sometimes that happens. I don't know how many of you have heard me say this, but I am terrible with people's names unless I talk to them every day until their name clicks with their face or with their channel. And so sometimes I'm looking at, I'm like, okay, whose name is this one supposed to go to? And then I'm like, I can't remember.
I know, it's like, I know that Math Geek has told me her name. I think it's Pam, but
It's Shelby. And you know what?
You're
not the only one. You're not the only one that's had trouble remembering her name is Shelby. Me too. And maybe because her name is not a common name. No, it's Shelby.
Shelby's
a sweetheart.
I remember
met her at QuiltCon. She was at QuiltCon. She's so sweet.
Well, hello, Shelby.
Joy T says Guys Craft 2 is on Sunday at 7 p.m. I don't think I have their link, but let me go look it up. Let's go back to the
neighbor's daughter's name is Shelby. So
I think Shelby's a pretty name, and I don't know why I have such trouble remembering it, but I've gotten better. I'm not making so many mistakes with her channel name and tagging it to Shelby these days. I've gotten better at it.
Oh, is it spelled like the car?
I don't. Is Shelby Shelby as the car?
Oh, okay. She said like the car. She said like the car.
Yeah. Who makes a Shelby? See, I don't even know that.
I don't know, but it's over in the UK. I think Shelby is the name. Shelby makes the Shelby.
I lost something. What was the name of that? Guys Craft 2. Okay. Craft. And then tomorrow evening will be Tiffany of Tiffany's Quilting Life.
Yeah. And she comes on at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And Ian from Off Kilter Crafter, Ian, he comes on at 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Where was the other?
We don't have Shelby cars in the UK. Oh, okay, I got that wrong.
Okay, and there's the link to Ian's channel and to Tiffany's channel and to Guys Craft 2. That's there. And the guy who sews, there's a link up there for that too.
Oh, right. Shelby was the designer. Yes. Okay. But okay, Frank, where were they made? Oh, is that, I'm going to have to look it up. I don't
Terry
remember.
Shelby, who was involved with the Ford Mustang. Oh, that's interesting. My brother had one, Shelby Cobra, I think it was called. Beautiful car. He was so spoiled. Yeah.
My husband was up here. He could tell us, but.
Yeah, he probably have all the answers for the
Oh,
question.
Cobra. Right. Shelby Cobra.
And Frank is saying Detroit, so I guess that's talking about where it was made.
Yeah. Carol Shelby, yeah, who was involved with the Ford Mustang. My brother had one, Shelby Cobra, I think it was called. Beautiful car. He was so spoiled. Oh, you read that already. Danielle. Oh yeah, Danielle comes on really early in the morning.
Right, she does. Glad people remember this.
I am still usually asleep when Danielle's on.
Yeah, I'm not awake when they're doing the early morning ones.
No, and I hardly ever catch Sean either because his is like 5 o'clock my time.
Yep, because he does his at 8 a.m. sharp.
Every once in a while, I think I've caught it like twice, but I lay there and fall back to sleep. I just come on and go, hello, everybody, and then I fall back to sleep.
I think I'm making progress here.
Oh, yeah, and I also think first is Danielle, and then I think So Not an Expert, and that's Danny. She comes on. And then
that's on Sunday, right?
Huh? Sunday.
That's tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me put Danny's channel in here too because I do have that in the bot.
And then Ian, and then I think Debbie from In Quilt Effect, something like that.
I'm gonna have to go hunt her channel down because I don't have that.
She's been coming on at like 12:05. And then
you called
April.
it Quilt what?
Huh?
It's called In Quilt what?
In Quilt Effect, like imperfect.
Oh, FECT. Okay, got it.
And
there
then
she is.
April's Story, hasn't she been coming on at like around 1 o'clock?
I don't know who that is. Another one I don't know anything about.
I mean, there has been a bunch of people starting to come on at 1 o'clock or Sundays. And then me at 2. And I think Tammy, the Siberian Wind,
Yep. That.
she comes on sometimes at like around 3 o'clock, I want to say. I don't know. I can't catch everybody. I mean, I go
No.
on and say hi to Danny every now and then, and I say hi to Ian, and sometimes Deb. Sometimes I'm taking a nap when Debbie's on.
Yeah. Sometimes I have a hard time keeping up too, so I end up watching replays.
Yeah. Hi, Lori.
Hey, Lori, what's going on? We're just having some sewing fun here.
Oh, Jody said that Debbie says she wasn't going to do lives on Sunday anymore. Okay,
Hmm.
alrighty. Well, I'll take that one off the list then.
Isn't Tammy coming on when, Joy T?
Oh, Tammy might be coming on tonight.
She has multiple times that she comes online, I've noticed.
Yeah,
Keep up with all of them.
comes on at all different times. I can't keep up with her.
And I know sometimes I even confuse you guys when I have a live on a not so normal day of the week. And the reason that's been happening a lot lately is because that's the only time I can get the person I'm hosting, that because their schedules are so tight, there's only certain times that they can get on, and I have to take what they can give me. You know what I mean? And if it means doing it on a different night that I don't normally do it on, then that's what I do. But I don't. I try not to set it at the same time as when there's a live going on somewhere else if I can help it. But it might run into their live if I go too long.
Well, there's always the replay.
Yes, there is, and I watch lots of replays, including yours, especially if I forget you were online. The downside is when you're doing a replay, you don't get to make any comments. But it still gives you watch hours and views.
If there are multiple people on at the same time, then I usually just kind of pop back and forth and say hello. And
Yeah, you've seen me doing that too. Or I'll have one running while watching the other and just
yeah,
watch them, change back and forth between them every 10 or so minutes. Nikolai's like, I don't know how you keep up with more than one live channel. I'm like, I'm just trying to give everybody their shot at hours. And, well, can they tell when you mute it? I'm like, no.
no,
Unless, of course, they're asking you a specific question and you don't answer.
right.
Then you might get caught not being paying attention.
That's like on Lynn from I think it's Soft Quilts or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I went over and I said hello to her, and I was there for a little bit. And then I think Mom and Pop was on, or somebody was on. I went over and said hello to them, and I kind of, oh no, it was Kathy's channel. And then I kind of got involved talking to some people. And then all of a sudden, I can't remember who it was, but she said, Teresa, you just won over at Lynn's channel. I said, oh, I did. So then I had to run back over to Lynn's channel and go, I'm here, I'm here.
That's too funny.
So yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard listening to two, channels at a time.
Yep. The fact that we all migrate back and forth between all these channels is great because
Yeah,
everybody's being watched by all of us, all especially the smaller channels. Sometimes I might, not make it to a live, but I'll watch the replay and then I'll make a comment down in the, down below the description box. I'll say, "Hey, from South Greenland, I just watched your replay," just to let you know that I had been there.
yes, I agree, Frank. Sometimes I have to watch, I do the replay because if I'm in the chat, sometimes I just talk too much and I get nothing done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Having conversation with people is everything, and sometimes you just get caught up in it and not accomplishing anything except that you talk.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think we need- Go
During
ahead.
a live stream, I pretty much plan on getting nothing done, but visiting.
Yeah.
Well, if I get something done, great. Like on my lives, I hardly ever finish the whole block or whatever project, you know, and I'm not going to stress over it, you know, because I'm there to visit.
Yep. I don't usually finish whatever. I don't always finish things either, but I try to keep it, at least do something. I may not finish though.
Right.
I talk too much and I sew too slow.
That sounds exactly like me. But I think this is starting to look pretty good. I got one border all the way
Yeah, it
around.
looks
So,
great. I really like that border you're putting around that red.
yeah, it's pretty.
It looks great.
And so now I have to decide if I'm going to do another border or if I'm going to do patchwork on it.
I don't know. Whatever, it should look great, whatever you decide upon.
Well, because the quilt that this matches, it's that 9 patch, you know.
So here's some comments about the replays and stuff. Uh, Frank says it's hard to catch all lives. Then he says, thank God for replays. Often the only way I get anything done is to watch replays. Then Laura says, I'm definitely not coordinated enough to hop between lives, but I watch a lot of replays. Shelby says, the community that has been building up is amazing. Yes, it is. And Rama says, I put limits on myself. I have other stuff to do. Frank says, thank you, Teresa. Yeah. And Zaza says, Shelby, 100%. It's a great way they all support each other. Frank laughs. Lori says, hi, Robin Ring. And Frank says, that's nice, Teresa. Robin says, Lori Clark, have you started yet? And Laura says, the live streams keep me company when I'm crocheting or hand stitching. If I'm sewing, I watch and listen to replays. That makes good sense about watching replays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I forgot to open a seam right here. Uh-oh. Nothing I can't figure out. Open this up by hand.
You start your live stream at 1 o'clock my time?
Whose?
You. Today?
Yeah, I started at 1 o'clock your time. Yeah, 7 o'clock mine. Still on this. For some reason, I don't really understand it. Last spring, when they moved our time up, they said we will not be changing our time anymore after that happened. But then
that's what I heard last year from here.
Yeah.
Too.
Then when spring rolled around this year, they moved the time up again. Yeah. So I never went back to just 5 hours between me and Pacific time, still 6 bloody hours. And it's hard when you want to do a collab with someone who lives on the West Coast.
Yeah, I know.
But you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it at an odd, ungodly early morning hour. But I also don't want to do my live at midnight so that that person in Pacific time is doing it 6 their time, because I'm tired by midnight. If I was to start a new live at 12, I'm already tired.
Well, yeah, that would be rough.
I mean, once we're running live, and if I get this extra burst of energy like what I have right this minute, and I keep on going, then that's a different story. But my brain's not foggy at the moment. But I can tell I'm getting tired also.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I need to go lay down for a little while, and
so I figured I wasn't the only one starting to feel tired. Good. Okay. So so what I'm doing is I'm sewing the other portion on here. So next time you see me, I'll show you what I did, because they'll be finished. And Saturday, what's it today? Saturday. So hang on a minute. I'll be right back because I have to tell you guys some stuff before we leave. Hold on a minute. Let me go get my planner.
Okay. We'll be here. Oh, Jody, that's early. That's too early. Yeah, sometimes when I go to bed at night, I will uh, put on some replays and watch them and just lay there and watch them until I fall asleep. It's funny how my phone knows when I fall asleep because when I wake up, it's all black. Like, how did it know I fell asleep? Okay, what you got, Katie?
Okay, one of the things is I know that somebody will probably remember I said this, so I'm going to revisit it. I said something about doing a quarterly video of the last 4 months of what I've done, plus do a monthly. Well, I haven't had time to do either of those. So here's what my plan is. We are in the month of June. Month of June, which most of you didn't know, was my 1 year anniversary from the first time I put a quilty video up. I had put some Greenland videos up before that first initial video. June the 2nd was the first video for quilting. So it's been 1 year from June 2nd.
Wow, really?
So, and I haven't said anything about it because I didn't know if I wanted to do a celebration. And I'm up in the air about that, but I did have a thought. Since this is the 6th month of the year, and then we have 6 months later, we still have another 6 months to go for this year. I thought, why don't I do at the end of June, do a video about what I've accomplished for the last 6 months. What I haven't, but I'm not going to talk just about what I've gotten done, but I'll talk about the things that I didn't get finished for whatever reason. I'm not sure. I would love to do a celebration video, but I'm not sure when to do that exactly. Maybe I could wait a little while, and I don't know. I just don't know what to do about the celebration of my 1 year anniversary.
You should do it this month sometime.
Yeah,
You're gonna
I mean,
do
the rest of the
it
month
this
to
month.
figure it out. And I also have prizes I want to give away. I'm gonna have to ship them unless I decide to just do gift cards again. I don't know which I'll figure that out as I get closer to the end of the month. But yeah, so keep that in mind that there's something's going to happen with that. And I really appreciate all of you who have helped keep my channel going for a year. The other thing I wanted to tell you about was that I'm going to have some new guests on the 10th. Crafty Quilting. Her name is Karen. She's going to come sit and we're going to do a interview. I think that's what I got planned for that. Let me look and make sure. That's the 10th of June. And Karen lives in Australia. So here's what we've had to do. She's 11 hours ahead of me. So when I set so normally I would do my live starting at 7. I've moved it back to 8 o'clock because that instead of her getting up, having to be awake at 6 a.m., she can come in at 7 and we'll have the live. So there'll be that time difference for that. Sharice was supposed to have been on my live the weekend before last, I think, and something came up. So we've moved hers to the 15th on a Saturday. Donnell's going to come sew with me on Wednesday the 19th. LaWayne's going to come sew with me Thursday the 20th. Y'all don't have to write all this down. I'll remind you of it. Also on the 29th, which is the last day or the last Saturday of June, me and Sean have been talking about how we can integrate more smaller channels in with us so that we could so people will know about all of the small channels. And so we came up with this plan so I'm starting the first sew, and it'll be me, LaWayne, Janice, and Rob. And we're going to do an improv scrap block creation. At right before the end of the live, when we've all finished our blocks, we're going to set up a poll, and y'all are going to vote on whose block you liked the best. And whoever the winner is of that will go to the next. So in July, at the end of July, and Sean will be hosting it from his channel, and I'll be sitting in the chat helping. He'll be sitting in the chat this go around helping. And what we're going to do is he's going to bring in 3 new people on his channel that are small channels or repeats, whichever. And we're going to keep it going. And we're going to try it for 6 months to see how well it does, for one, whether you guys love it or not. And, you know, we'll go from there. And after 6 months, we'll reassess and see if it's something we want to keep on doing based on y'all's feedback. So once a month when we do this, we need feedback from you guys. And you can do the feedback down underneath the description box after the live is finished. So hopefully y'all will help with that also. So that's what I got going on. There'll be some additional, I'm working on additional, I'm trying to find more people that can come sew with me that y'all have not met. And when I come up with them, I'll let you know ahead of time so that you know. So anyway, that's what that's all I was going to tell you all about. So thank you for everything. Thank you, Teresa, for coming to sew with me.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I love when you come. And go ahead and say what, you know, anything you want to say.
Just thanks for having me. I appreciate it. And it was good to see all of you in the chat. And hello to everybody in the replay.
Laura says that this community is in my gratitude journal almost on a daily basis. That's so cool, Laura.
That's really nice, Laura.
Yep, it is. And Robin says, I remembered Katie as my birthday is the 3rd. Cool. Yeah, she remembered. Okay, so some of you knew about it. I just hadn't made a big deal of it yet. Shelby says, have fun tomorrow, Teresa. I'll be playing violin in a concert, so we'll have to catch a replay.
Wow, that's awesome.
Violin, Shelby. That's something new. Cool. All right. So anyway, thank you for tonight. Thank you for coming. Remember to live, laugh, love, dream, and make sure you create something out of that. Good night, everyone, and have a great weekend.
Bye, friends. Bye. Bye, Katie.
Bye. I'm going to shut the sound. Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Are you getting off the Zoom also?
Yeah.